little flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is June 22nd. It is 2:33 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, and World War III did not start. Let's just jump right into it. Well, actually, before I jump right into it, let's start off with something simple. I want to thank everyone for being here with us. For those who are unfamiliar, what we do is, first of all, we want to thank everyone who's new to the channel. We appreciate each and every one of you. Every week, for well over 8 years now, we come to you around the world to talk about the issues that affect each and every one of us. That is an expression of the First Amendment, the freedom of speech to affect our governments, to guide them into the best decisions possible. And that takes information and conversation. And that's why we do this. And very often governments or internet overlords don't agree with the free use of speech to have conversations. But we do that anyway on this channel because we believe you have agency. We believe you are intelligent. You're adults. You're not just check boxes or categories. And therefore, your voice is very important. And we do long-form political commentary on this channel. And we've been doing it for 20 years that we've been doing political commentary, as well as being a candidate and being involved in politics throughout that time period. So that's why we're here today. And the singular issue that is affecting the world at this moment is the United States, Iran, and Israel. But really, at this moment, it's whether or not the United States is entering into a war against Iran. After 46 years of Iran wanting a war with the United States, declaring that they want to destroy America and that they want to have a religious holy war with America, after 46 years of supporting terrorism around the world, with the express goal of destroying what the Iranians have often called or continuously called the Great Satan, and their further objective of destroying what they call the Little Satan, or Israel, their genocidal ideology in Iran of the Ayatollah is to wipe out anyone who doesn't believe in the same form of Shia Islam as the Ayatollah does. That's why we're here today. That's why we're having this discussion today. And I don't, normally on the program, we start off with breaking news and what may be going on in certain different aspects of U.S. policy and how it's affecting the world, and then domestic. I think today we're only going to be talking about, realistically, whether or not the United States has entered into World War III. What are the consequences of yesterday, Donald Trump authorizing and actually committing the United States to dropping 14 bunker buster bombs on the nuclear facilities and capabilities of Iran? What happens next? This is a big question. And there is a lot of emotion surrounding that right now. I have been listening to news all last night. This morning, I've been listening to my peers on various political commentary programs on the left, libertarians, third parties. I've listened to Democrats and Republicans. I've listened to Deutsche Welle and Associated Press, and Face the Nation. I've been covering or paying attention to all of that. And I'm going to try and have some conversations with you today. And I hope that those conversations will be not filled with fear or emotion, but with logic and understanding. Because there's plenty of fear out there right now. And the problem is, there's too much fear. There are rumors running around rampant across social media, unconfirmed claims of everything you could possibly imagine. And those are simply there to confuse the world, to confuse the issue, and to provide a political advantage for certain organizations and individuals. We're going to try and cut through that. We're going to try and have a conversation. Now, I know there are some people in America, a minority of people in America, that believe in isolationism, that believe in interventionism. Let me start this entire conversation off with the fact the United States cannot be isolationist. The United States cannot be interventionist. It's a great idea. It sounds wonderful. I know many libertarians and many on the left, many of the third parties think, well, that's the answer to everything. America will just be isolated and we won't intervene in anything. That's not realistic. That's a fantasy. The United States is the superpower of the world. The United States is the leading economy of the world. We are interconnected with every country in the world and have been for 75 years. The time where America could be non-interventionist, the time when America could be isolationist, ended before World War II, before the end of World War II. In fact, even in World War I. That's just not a reality. Many people would think, yeah, that sounds nice. It's not realistic. Throw that away. It's a pipe dream. It's a wonderful dream. A lot of people have it. It's not reality. That's not how the world works. That's not the world we live in. So given that reality, let's move forward and talk about what are the consequences of what happened. How did we get here? What happens next? And we're going to talk a lot about that. Now, I am happy to hear from anyone and everyone on these issues, whether you agree with this channel or not. This isn't a new policy. We have always said, for the 8 years I've been doing the Sunday live stream and for the 20 years I've been in political commentary, this is a conversation. So I'm always happy to hear your voices, whether you agree or you disagree. Don't attack my character. Don't tell me I'm some kind of horrible person or I'm evil or I don't have a soul, I'm old, or I've heard every one of those personal attacks over the last 20 years. Please, let's not waste each other's time with that. Substantive conversations, whether you agree or disagree, let's have substance to that. And let's have substantive questions. Real questions that we can either answer or that we can try and identify to give to our leaders across the world to get direct answers to help us understand what are the real consequences of what is happening and how we can resolve this in the most peaceful manner that we can. Again, the most peaceful manner that we can. Now, I'm more than happy to, and by the way, to get your response at the top of all the answers and questions that are going to come in at some point throughout the show. I do recommend you can always, obviously, you can chat us. We're on Facebook, we're on X, we're on Rumble, we're on YouTube, and some others. You can always do a super chat or a Rumble rant to get your question to the top of the list so that we can respond to it faster, of course. So, all of that being said, let's deal with this. First things first. How did we get here? There's more to that than it seems. I mean, what most people are thinking, how we got here, they're going to look at the news, like most of us heard last night, that the U.S. struck 3 Iranian nuclear sites. This notification came from Donald Trump first. It was on his own private or his personal social media platform, Truth Social. It then went on to X and then was disseminated by the rest of the news media. In fact, I was actually listening to my friend Larry Sharp. He was having an AMA talking about some other things when I first saw the indications and notices by individuals that the United States had just struck Iran. And of course, I started searching for the news. Mainstream news media had nothing on it for 20 minutes. 20 minutes from the announcement from President Trump before the mainstream news media provided the public with any kind of answer. That's ridiculous. And my only answer to that is if the public, if individuals were able to mention this, if the president, the White House had put out the information directly to the public at about 7:46 p.m. approximately, then the news media could have immediately responded to that. Instead, they took 15 to 20 minutes to line up their guest hosts and commentaries to respond to what Donald Trump had said, to try and create their own messaging, their own spin on what Donald Trump had said, to speculate and to push a political agenda. That's the reason why it took 15 to 20 minutes for the mainstream major news media across the world to actually confirm and to put out their own announcements. There is no other reason. They could have confirmed with the White House within 5 minutes what Donald Trump had said on Truth Social and what we found on X. They have the White House press pool. They could have confirmed that within 5 minutes and been out to the public immediately. The reason for the delay, and the longer the delay of whatever major news media platform that you prefer, that you normally rely on, the longer it took them to confirm and to put out their coverage of that news announcement, the more political pandering and political spin was being put on the story. That's why it took them that long. They wanted eyeballs and they wanted to push a political agenda. That's true for the right. That's true for the left. That's true for the independents. That's just the reality. And if you read through the various commentaries and reporting of the news, everybody had a spin on this. Everyone had an opinion that was mixed into the reporting in and of itself. So that's one of the realities. But that isn't how we got here. That is the result of what brought us to this moment. But before we go further, let's be very clear. This was surgical. This was clinical. And this was incredibly accurate. This was a wonderful statement of U.S. power. No doubt. This was full display to the world that the United States remains the superpower of the world. The ability to bring in B-2 bombers across the entire world. No one in the world noticed this. Not one world power, not Europe, not England, not Russia or China. No world power noticed the B-2 stealth bombers. They did not identify them. The planes flew over across Europe, across the Atlantic Ocean, came in. They struck Iran without Iran, any of its air defenses being notified. And by the way, I've had some people who've talked with me say, but Mike, the Iran had its air defenses shut down, not around those 3 nuclear sites. That is where they have the most of their defenses. They had not been crippled. They were active because those were the most secure locations in all of Iran, outside of wherever the Ayatollah might be in his bunker. Outside of that, those were the most secure locations in all of Iran. And none of them activated. Not one fighter was activated to even investigate the potential of something being in their airspace. And they were at alert. I mean, they're fighting against Israel, firing missiles and trying to shoot down Israeli planes. They were on alert, and that failed. That's a compliment to the United States in its capabilities. We struck with pinpoint accuracy with 14 bunker buster bombs, some of the biggest bombs, military ordnance known to man that is non-nuclear. 30,000-pound bombs, striking, boring into mountains and hitting their targets, which we believe, and based on all footage, and I'll get into that later in the program, we believe was incredibly effective at destroying, removing the nuclear capabilities of the Iranian government. Gone. It no longer exists, as best as we can understand right now. It is at least severely hampered, if not eliminated. And then the American forces flew off, left Iranian airspace. At no point were they detected. At no point was there even a soldier firing a rifle into the sky. They had no idea. That is, again, to the compliment of the United States Air Force, our military, and our preparations. That's what happened. And this is important because this makes a statement to Russia, to China, to North Korea, to every nation in the world. The capabilities that America has, that we rarely ever display, are superior to virtually every single military in the world. We are in a class of our own, with capabilities of our own. No one else can match us. People may not like that. People may call it warmongering. They can call it a hawkish position. They can say a lot of things, but it is, in reality, a declaration. We are the superpower, unmatched by any other superpower in the nation, in the world. That's a fact. And we've just made it very clear, which resets and rebalances the global rush towards power. It puts caution into the world. Believe it or not, it's a stabilizing kind of event. It gives a reality check to virtually every nation in the world about where they rank and where they stand in geopolitical and, more importantly, geomilitaries around the world. That may calm down some groups. Others will be very upset. But that's what happened. That is what happened. Let me see. Oh, we already have a comment. And Joanna's the first one to comment. Thank you, Joanna. And Joanna says, Mr. Voss, thank you for being here today. How do you feel about the relationship with Russia after they at one time lost a large portion of their men in the World War that we would not have won without them? Do you think this relationship can ever be repaired? Okay, I believe, Joanna, you're speaking about World War II and the influence of Russia against Germany with the input of America. Now, that's complicated because remember, Russia started World War II with the Germans. They were part of the Axis powers. And so it was only towards the middle end of the war that Germany, who did not trust and did not want Russia involved, but they were too big to ignore, after they had used much of the Russian resources to spread the German power base across Europe and into much of the rest of the world, that's when Germany went and turned table on the Soviet Union. So depending on which part of the war you're talking about, at the beginning of the war, Russia was our enemy. At the end of the war, Russia was our ally because Russia got stabbed in the back. But the Russians were communists, the ultimate form of socialism. And so they were no true ally to the United States or the Western world. They had entirely different global prospects and agendas. And that's why the Cold War started immediately after World War II. Now, that's not to say that Russia did provide a benefit to the rest of the world because of their conflict in World War II. They created a third front for Germany to fight on and use up a lot of the resources and manpower that could have otherwise been put to other places. I believe that the United States and Europe would have eventually beaten Germany anyway if, say, Russia was completely neutral and did nothing, which is unrealistic in that war. The United States and Europe, our combined forces, would have eventually beaten Germany anyway. It would have taken longer. It would have cost more lives, most likely. But it would have eventually happened. But America has never had a good relationship with Russia, especially under the socialists and the communists. We've never had a good relationship with them. We've always been antagonistic with them. So when we say repair our relationship with them, we never had a good relationship with them. We had a relationship of need, and immediately once that need is gone, we're antagonistic. Always have been, always probably will be, as long as they maintain their agenda as they have been doing, which is more a regional superpower, not a global superpower at this time, but a regional superpower. That's the problem. The answer about how we are going to interact with Russia going forward is going to be answered in talking about what's happening with Iran, because Russia and China are integral to this conversation about how they're going to react, what consequences are going to come. But I would say that separate of any other conflict like Ukraine, Russia at this moment does not have the capability to have the same kind of Cold War conflict with the United States as they did in the 1950s, 1960s. They just don't have the capability, which can open the door down the road for further talks and normalization of relations, but it'll always be antagonistic. Their goals conflict with ours. Always have, most likely always will. So I hope that answers your question a bit, Joanna. There's nothing really there to repair. It's just a matter of how antagonistic is the United States with Russia. And at the best of times, lukewarm relations. At the worst of times, you've got the Cold War and threats of open war. That's the range of relationships between the United States and Russia. And this latest chapter will probably keep us at the same level that we're at right now in terms of our relationship based on Ukraine and Russia war. We're not friends with Russia, but we're not outright enemies either. I don't see that changing in the next 20 years. By the way, if anyone has different questions or different opinions, again, I'm always open to hear them. We'll talk more about that. But thank you for the question, Joanne, and everyone else. You can ask your questions as well, or your commentary, your thoughts on all of this, whether you agree or disagree as we go on. Joanne says, Joanne does say, and she continues, so it's because you say they're communists? No. Initially, our biggest interaction with Russia, what Americans tend to think of Russia, which would be the former USSR, which is currently the CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States, which is a poor man's version of the USSR, the old Soviet Union, which is what we're seeing Putin informally trying to rebuild. And this goes back to the Tsarist Russia and its empire. That's basically what they're trying to rebuild and maintain. That was initially, after World War II, that was communism. Now, Putin and many of the hardliners in the Soviet Union at this time, they were raised and educated and indoctrinated into the communist socialist ideology. That's what they grew up with. That was their mission. They were taught that. They grew up in that. Their training and expertise in government was based around that. So that core still remains an element within the government at the very least, if not the people as well, of the of Russia and many of the former Soviet states. That is ingrained in them. It will take at least another generation, if not two, before we get individuals in the government, running the government in Russia, that have lived an entire life without that direct influence over them. So communism, the communist ideology and some of its goals still exist within Russia today. Putin is a direct consequence of that ideology and its lingering effect on their policies, their politics, and their interactions. So I hope that makes it a little bit more clear. So it's not because Russia's communist. They're not at this time. But that communist influence still exists. It's still there. It's just going to take another generation, possibly, about another generation, 20 years, before we will see the government truly move away from that and become its own entity, separate of that ideology that had infected Russia for 75 years. I hope that's more clear. I hope that's clear. A lot of people may not like that, but that's the reality of where they stand right now and what is influencing a lot of their actions. Okay. Oh, no problem. You're very welcome, Joanne. And I'm happy to hear from everyone else as well on their thoughts. Again, this is interactive. We're talking, folks. And these are important questions. And again, we'll come back to Russia a little bit later as we talk through this. So we know what happened yesterday. And at 10 o'clock, we got to hear from President Trump. And it was very brief. It's way shorter than I expected. Far less information than I had expected to hear from President Trump about such a major military campaign and its consequences. He said the bare minimum. This is what we needed to do. This is what happened. So from that, let's extrapolate. Not extrapolate. Let's go backwards in time. How did we get there? Because it wasn't just that, Donald Trump made a decision and we started dropping bombs. There's more to it than that. Some today, individuals like Adam Schiff or AOC, would like you to think that this was completely random. It was just an emotional decision. Donald Trump is just some emotional maniac doing things at his whim. That is unrealistic. That is meant to destroy his character. It's an attack on his character and his capabilities. It's not realistic. This wasn't a whim. This wasn't something done spur of the moment. There was thought behind this, and there are reasons for it. And I believe we can find in Donald Trump's ideology why he did this and what he expects to see coming out of it. In part to understand how we got here is to understand that under the Biden-Harris administration, well, actually, let's go back even further. Let's go back to 2016. President Obama made the Iran nuclear deal. It wasn't the best deal. It wasn't even a good deal. It allowed Iran to continue to make ballistic missiles, rockets, drones. It provided Iran over $1 billion, some estimate about $2 billion, to develop and build missiles that we now deal with today. The technology and the amount of missiles that were being held by Iran at this time is directly because of the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration. Because prior to that, there were many sanctions against Iran. Iran has never been a friend of the United States. We've never been on friendly terms with them. We have consistently had some level of sanctions, a pretty moderate to strong level of sanctions against them to impede their economy and to punish them because of their ideology, because Iran are the greatest supporter of terrorism in the world. They promote, train, and export terrorism, especially through their one organization, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. You've heard them spoken about many times. They are the main force creating, training, and exporting terrorism around the world. So this is why the U.S. has always had sanctions on Iran. But Donald Trump, in his first iteration as president, and in his second, he increased the amount of sanctions against Iran and got rid of the Iran nuclear deal and asked and was trying to bring Iran to the negotiation table. Because the Iran nuclear deal under Obama allowed Iran to create and develop delivery systems for nuclear weapons, which would also allow for chemical biological weapons, otherwise known as WMDs. This was a clear and present and evolving danger to the world. In fact, at the time, I believe it was January 16th, 2016, on CNBC, then Secretary of State John Kerry told the world that indirectly the Obama administration had funded global terror. That the Iran nuclear deal did, in fact, give the capability for more global terror sponsored by Iran. That's a fact. You can look it up for yourself. He did, in fact, say that. I've quoted it many times. I've sourced it many, many times. You can see it for yourself. So, Obama made a bad deal. The world knew it. And the amount of terror in the world did increase as a direct consequence of the Iran nuclear deal. It didn't prevent Iran from making nuclear weapons, and more importantly, it did advance the ability of Iran to take whatever nuclear weapons or even weapons of mass destruction, to take them from Iran and disperse them to other nations around the world. He increased the threat level, but he looked good. And Democrats got to parade around saying, oh, we made peace. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. All you did is make things more dangerous, and the amount of terror in the world increased. It wasn't worth it. The Trump administration came in and said, we're going to get rid of that deal because it doesn't achieve the goal. It doesn't stop Iran from developing nukes, because they did continue to develop their nuclear program, and it increases the likelihood of a successful and useful delivery system, a missile, an ICBM, that would be able to endanger Israel, Europe, England, and the United States if we allowed it to continue. That's unacceptable. So he put on sanctions, removed the deal, and said, come to the negotiation table for a real deal that doesn't give you all these benefits. When Donald Trump lost and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came in, they had no focused international policy. None. We've seen that. Look at their policies about Afghanistan. Look at their policies about the Sudan, about the Ukraine, about Haiti. Look at what they actually did internationally. Look at the conflicts, the increased tensions between China and the Philippines, China and South Korea, Japan. There was no focused plan by the Biden-Harris administration. And Joe Biden, in his quest for a piece of history and to protect the history of the Obama administration, which he was part of, he wanted to have negotiations and reignite the Iran nuclear deal. As bad as it was, he wanted it back. He wanted that history to remain in place, to make it look like, especially amongst Democrats, like he was increasing the amount of peace in the world. And to do that, to have that part of history, the Biden-Harris administration removed 36 sanctions that had been placed against Iran under the Trump administration. The trade-off was that Biden was giving away the leverage of the United States to Iran so that he could just talk to them, so that he could have conversations with them about the Iran nuclear deal. Iran used Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, used the Democrats massively, and just kept pushing back any kind of actual substantive discussion and said, well, we know the sanction removed. We need more humanitarian aid. We need more money from the United States. We need more benefits before we will talk to you about the thing that you want. Because they knew what Joe Biden was looking for. He wanted to have some success internationally, some kind of internationally policy success, so that he could use that to help Democrats win in the next election, if not for the re-election process. And Joe Biden had nothing internationally that was a success. He had, no matter where you look around the globe, nothing Joe Biden did internationally was a success. Nothing that Kamala Harris did internationally was a success. Nowhere. And he needed that so that Democrats would look good, so that he would look good, so that Democrats could maintain power in 2024. And so Iran used him. And that allowed them to develop even more ballistic weapons, more missiles, more rockets, more drones, and become a bigger threat and increase the amount of terror in the world again. It had dipped down under Donald Trump. It now increased again under Joe Biden and the release of those sanctions. And it made it very clear that Iran had no serious desire to negotiate with the United States, who they continue to say they want to destroy, who their ultimate goal at the end of the day is to destroy the United States and anyone else who did not believe what the Ayatollah believed. They continued in their beliefs, and they continued to develop the means and capability to make that happen, to remove their enemies. So when Trump got reelected, he began to reinstitute and to threaten to reinstitute many of the sanctions that Joe Biden had gotten rid of, and to take further action. Almost immediately within the first month of Donald Trump being back in office, the Iranian position changed. They offered to start having negotiations with Donald Trump. They came to the table first because they knew they were in a new paradigm. The politics had shifted, and sanctions were being reapplied, and they were going to get back all 36 of the sanctions they had removed, if not more, and that would bankrupt. Their economy could not survive that. The Iranian economy could not survive that. So they needed to intervene. They had to try and cut that off, allowing them to maintain their ballistic missiles and to maintain their economy, and hopefully, for Iran's point of view, to maintain their position, their power in the Middle East as much as possible. As they continued their long-term goal, destroy America, destroy Israel, destroy Europe. That's their goals. So the United States started negotiating. And that brings us to what you see on the screen right now. Because this was in March 8th. So we had about 2 months of negotiations and discussions with Iran, trying to reach some kind of agreement, in particular about ballistic missiles and nuclear weapons. They go hand in hand. You can't do one or the other, which is what Iran wanted, one or the other. But Donald Trump, the Trump administration, said no, they're both tied together. Not only can't you have a nuclear weapon, you can't have a delivery system of that nuclear weapon either. And I've said this before in recent weeks, and let me say it again. It's not just that Iran has a nuclear weapon. If Iran has nuclear material and they can develop a weapon, if they can't bring it somewhere, it's very much useless. It's not really important. It's not really a danger, because you're not going to drive a thermonuclear weapon across 2 countries. You have to go across Syria and Iraq to get to Israel to blow up Israel. You can't drive a truck to Europe. You can't drive a truck with loaded with nuclear material into the United States. It's not possible. So their capabilities are massively reduced if they have no ballistic missiles. This is why the delivery system is so important. One goes with the other. And Iran knew that. And that's why they wanted to have these discussions. They wanted to continue to develop their delivery systems. And that also allowed them to develop drones, which they were sending over to Russia in its war against Ukraine. So in March, conversations broke down. The supreme leader of Iran, the Ayatollah Khamenei, fully rejected the offers by the Trump administration, which at the time in March did not include a complete removal of of Iranian nuclear capabilities. It did not require that. That was preferred, but what was on the table did not require them to lose everything. It was not unconditional. That was a great deal. In retrospect, looking back on it, we now know that was a great deal for the Iranians. If they had taken that, we would not be in this situation right now. And I do believe, and people may disagree with me on this, but I do believe that the reason why we are in this situation right now, the decision to forcibly remove the Iranian nuclear capabilities, was because of this decision in March. Again, this is reported, by the way, just so in case people think, well, Mike, you're just looking at it from the Republican point of view. This is from PBS News. This is from the left. This isn't something that I'm coming up with because, Mike, you're just such a Republican. This is from PBS News. This is the left-leaning media covering this issue. So I'm not off on this. So that's how we get here. I think at that moment when the ultimate authority of Iran said, nope, the deal's dead. We're still going to develop ballistic missiles. We're still going to develop nuclear program. We reject the offer from the United States. Go back to the drawing board. I think at that moment, both Israel and the United States and the European Union decided, okay, we have to take other actions. We have to develop other plans because they're not going to play ball. They're hardline. They want to stay committed to this ultimate goal of destroying Israel, Europe, America. They want that. And having nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles lead to that ultimate goal. So they started developing. And I think the plan we saw actuated yesterday came from the conversations after March 8th. The Ayatollah is the reason why we saw what happened. In my opinion, people may disagree. Now, more recently, back on the 18th, we started hearing from groups like Politico. We're putting out these articles. Many of them were saying that U.S. Central Command, in particular General Eric Kurylia, were just running rampant. they were just requesting resources after resources for no good reason. That they were running ramshod over the Secretary of Defense against the Trump administration, that everything was out of control. And individuals like this general were just usurping their power and just accumulating more and more weapons and capabilities, and that they were a danger to the United States and the world. That was the opinion of Politico and many on the left as of June 18th, because they had no idea what had been happening from March until June. They had no conversations. They didn't understand, and nor did they put together any of the details. So everyone was looking at this, and they're saying, well, Hegseth, Secretary of Defense Hegseth, he's just a paper tiger, he's useless, he's a yes man. And as long as the general says whatever he wants, Hegseth is going to go with it. And in fact, that's what this article does in fact say. That the general, also known as the guerrilla, here it is, the pugnacious general, who is known as the guerrilla, is overruling other top Pentagon officials and playing a quiet but decisive role in the country's next steps on Iran, according to former and current defense officials, a diplomat, and a person familiar with the dynamic. Notice they don't mention a single name. No confirmed sources. And I would believe, given what we know now, those are individuals that were doing so because of either they wanted more power in the Pentagon, the Trump administration, in politics in general, or they had a political partisan agenda that runs counter to what the Trump administration was looking to do. This is petty infighting. This was political. And that's where this article from Politico came from. That's where their sources came from. Again, I'm speculating on that part, but given hindsight, that seems to be the most clear case. Because those individuals had no idea of what I believe was the conversation and the decision made back in March, going all the way through June. Why was the guerrilla, the general, General Corellia, why was he doing this? In preparation for what we saw happen yesterday. That's why he was accumulating the resources. That's why he was getting everything prepared. It's one of the best kept secrets in terms of military in the United States, I don't know, since, oh my God, since like forever. Since maybe going back to Korea, maybe going back to World War II. The United States has been a sieve when it comes to secret discussions and actions. There are leaks on everything under every president, Republican and Democrat, for decades now. And this program, which took at least a couple of months to put together, there was no release. There was no leak. It was held amongst very few individuals, and every one of those individuals shut their mouth and said nothing. This contingency plan, which then became the plan, no one spoke about it. So that's why you had speculation from left-leaning news media saying everything's out of control and the Trump administration doesn't know what it's doing, because they were playing politics and they had no perspective on what was going on, what was really going on behind the scenes. Nor did they have the vision to project out on how these actions might play in the rest of the world. I got to give it to the Trump administration. And some people will be very upset about this. They did a brilliant job. They actually kept a government secret. And sometimes the government should have secrets, things that the general public doesn't know, for the benefit of the society. That, no, everything happening in the government, every single second of every moment, doesn't need to be on display. That sometimes partisanship should be put to the side. And I have to believe there are individuals in our government, in our military. Not everyone is MAGA. Not everyone is America First. Not everyone is a quote-unquote Trumper. No. Some of them are Democrats. Some of them are libertarians. Some of them are different political ideologies in our government But they understood the need for secrecy. They understood the need for this plan, this contingency. So they shut their mouths until this became actual. Because they knew there was a clear need for the United States and the world. Because everyone in the world agrees on one thing very clearly. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. I know there's a lot of people. Let me stop here for a moment. I know there's a lot of people around the world, in America and other places, that they have this belief that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, that Iran should be allowed to make nuclear weapons. I don't hold that opinion. Some people will. I don't. I do not agree with that. I do not trust Iran. They're the greatest sponsor of terror in the world. Full stop. That's a fact. And I do not trust them. They will kill anyone that does not believe what they believe. That is the ideology of the government. And before someone goes there, I know Iranian people are not the same as their government. I'm not saying they are. They are two very distinctly different things. The American people are not the Trump administration, nor were we the Biden administration. There's a big difference. In every country on the face of the earth, of course, the people are not the government. I lived in Moscow in the 90s. I met people throughout all of Moscow and also over in Tbilisi and Soviet Georgia, and they were some of the best salt of the earth, great people. Government was crap. Horrible government. Corrupt and brutal. I mean, you want to talk about dictatorships, you want to talk about authoritarianism, look at the Soviet Union in the 1990s. And you'll see a very different reality. As much as the left loves to say that America's becoming authoritarian, look at what was authoritarian in our recent history. You would understand there's a complete difference. What the Democrats today, what the socialists today are saying is they don't like that they don't have enough power in the government today. So therefore it's authoritarian. We're not getting enough of the initiatives they want. And so they call it a dictatorship. That has nothing to do with the reality of what dictatorships have been like across this planet over just in the last 30 years alone. Big difference. Massive difference. And I'm old enough to have seen that difference in person. Many people are too young, have never been outside the United States. They have no idea. They're relying on what the news media and their teachers are telling them as truth because they have no experience of the truth. I have that experience. They know nothing about what they're talking about. But let me go on. Okay. So now we have a frame of reference that the news media was so busy screaming Trump is bad, Orange Man bad, that they didn't understand what was happening. They were minimizing what we were seeing as important actions to try and bring stability into the world, to remove the threat. And again, every nation in the world agrees Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Oh, that's what I was going to mention. And I know a bunch of individuals, even some of my friends and peers in political commentary, they say, well, no, Iran should be able to have nuclear weapons if they want them. No. They say, why? Because Muslim? No, that's not the answer. That's that's an oversimplification of the problem. It's not, oh, they're Muslim, so therefore they're bad, or they're brown people because then they're bad. It's nothing as blatantly simplistic as that. It's the ideology. It's the directive of their government. The government of Iran isn't a problem because they're Muslim. They're a problem because they're fanatical Islamists who believe in terrorism. They believe in blowing up women and children. They believe in training and sending out proxies to blow up women and children. That's the problem. That's the reason why they can't have nukes and why we can't trust them. Because they're more than willing to send out anyone with the promise of, 72 virgins upon their death strapped with a dirty bomb into any city in the world that doesn't agree with the Ayatollah. They're more than happy to fund that and make that possible. And that's the problem. Not because they're Muslim, not because they're brown. It's not even because of the oil. We don't trust them. No nation in the world trusts them because they are untrustworthy. That's why. Everything else is a simplification and an oversimplification at that, and that is an excuse. So no, they don't get to have a nuclear weapon because they're not trustworthy enough. And I've heard a lot of people say, well, it's like we wouldn't... I've seen people make the examples. Well, it's not like we're going to go into Australia and bomb them if they get a nuke. Australia isn't the single greatest producer and supporter of terrorism in the world. It's not the same argument. Oh, but what about Pakistan? Pakistan has a nuke and they're Muslim. I don't care about them being Muslim. They're not fanatical Muslims that go around spreading terrorism around the world. That's just not what happens. Mind you, yes, Pakistan hates India. And yes, they want to attack India. Absolutely. They're not running around and saying, well, we've got to kill everyone in Europe because we don't like the nation of India. That's not what they're doing. They're not creating puppet terrorist organizations to attack India. That's not what's happening. It is what's happening with Iran. It's not the same argument. And the people who are coming up with these arguments are oversimplifying the situation to match their emotional feeling. And mind you, I respect deeply many of these individuals. I understand their reasoning. I don't agree with it because I think it's wrong. Because of the oversimplification of what they're saying. They're trying to compare apples and crocodiles. They're not the same thing. Not even close. There is no comparison. So to say, oh, well, it's just like Australia getting a nuclear weapon. No, it's not. Not even close. Not in any aspect whatsoever. No, it's not. So I want to make sure that's clear. And again, some people will disagree with me. Some people will say, Mike, but you don't understand. I do understand. I don't agree. And I have reasons for that. I'm trying to lay them out. If I'm not being clear on why I think what I think, please tell me. But I think it's essential that we have the understanding from this point of view. Because across the internet right now, you're seeing YouTube and the mainstream news media trying to push this message that Donald Trump has become an authoritarian, that he has no plan, that this is all about hate of people because of an ism or an ist. You hate Islamists, you hate brown people, blah, blah, blah. There's all of that crap being thrown into the mix that have nothing to do with it. Grace says, the Five Eyes with nukes aren't scary. No. The Five Eyes with nukes? The Five Eyes? I don't know what you mean by the Five Eyes, but okay. So, I think that's important to understand. This isn't like other nations. And again, this is why Iran is unique and untrustworthy. And every nation, that includes Pakistan, that includes China, Russia, that includes the entire Middle East, it includes Europe, England, Canada, America, you name the nation, nobody trusts Iran. Nobody. Even other Muslim nations, even other Shia Muslim nations do not trust Iran. So that's important to understand and keep that in your mind. So let me go back on. So, Hegseth, political, got it wrong. Tried to convince you, Orange Man bad, America's falling apart at the seams, there's no one in control, there's no focus, nobody knows what's going on. They were wrong. Point blank, absolutely wrong. And I'm showing you the evidence of what they were trying to push on you and how they were wrong on what they said. because they were going by a political agenda and not objective analysis of the news, nor were they trying to find an objective analysis. If the news media were doing its job to investigate the news, then they probably could have found somebody who would have given them some kind of indication of what we saw with Operation Midnight Hammer. They would have understood that there was some kind of contingency plan that was being created and could at some point be actuated. And that's why we saw all of this activity in our military. It wasn't because Trump was trying to take over America. He was trying to protect America. Let me go on. So that led us next to the fact that President Trump, after we saw that the Ayatollah had rejected the peace deals were falling apart. The negotiations were falling apart in terms of the negotiation about not having a nuke. President Trump already was well aware that Israel, who are even more concerned about Iran having a nuke and having even less trust of the nation that spent the last 46 years daily promising, not just chanting, promising that they are going to destroy Israel, that their government and the programs and initiatives of their government were created to destroy Israel, that through the training and creation of puppet terrorist organizations, they were attacking Israel on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, that Iran was in part and in parcel responsible for the single largest day of deaths of Israeli personnel, their version of 9/11, the October 7th attack, which was facilitated and funded by Iran. Yeah, Israel doesn't want them to have nukes. I think they have a reason. Whether or not you like that has nothing to do with why that's what their mission is, why they have that fear. They do not trust Iran, whether you like it or not. No matter where you fall on the opinion about Gaza and the Palestinian people and Hamas, a terrorist organization, no matter where you fall on that, understand there's a reason, a very valid and credible reason why the Israeli government does not trust the Iranian government and will not allow them to have a nuclear weapon, and the increase in capabilities of the Iranian ballistic missiles was a clear and present danger to the existence of Israel. That's relatable. That's understandable. So the Israelis, not because of their pack, but because of the reality, they saw the status of the negotiations with the United States and Iran. They realized that Iran was trying its best to try and do to the Trump administration what they did to the Biden administration. Plead for time, beg for more sanctions relief, and do nothing. Do not substantively change anything. That's what Iran was hoping for. They were not succeeding. The talks were breaking down. Israel said, okay, Hezbollah has been beaten. Hamas is beaten. The Houthis have been beaten. The major puppets of Iran all are out of the picture. They are at least a year to 5 years out of the picture. They don't have the weapons, the money, the infrastructure to continue to fight against Israel as they had been in the past. They're no longer the front shield for Iran. Iran is weak. Economically, Iran is in trouble. They're under pressure from the Trump administration. And there are no allies for Iran. No one trusts them anywhere in the world. No one is going to come and bail them out. So, this is a great time to attack Iran from the Israeli point of view, which makes sense. To take away their capability and their willingness, hopefully, to continue to make nuclear weapons that Iran cannot be trusted with. So they took the opportunity to make their plan along with the United States, let the United States know, look, if your negotiations fail, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go in, we're going to clean house. We're going to wipe them all out. We're going to take out the infrastructure and the leadership. We'll take out the ability and willingness of the Iranian government to continue to fight. In that manner, it's very much like the United States Marine Corps, believe it or not, to seek out the enemy and to remove their willingness and ability to continue to fight. That is, chapter and verse, the mission of every United States Marine, every rifleman. That's our job. Seek out and destroy the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver. That is every rifleman in the United States Marine Corps. And Iran is doing very much the same thing, to seek out and destroy the infrastructure and leadership of Iran to protect themselves. Okay, and again, you don't have to like that. That's what's happening. That's the politics. Emotions are entirely different. Whether you think that's a good idea, a bad idea, whether you like it or not, that's up to you. I don't care how you feel about it. That's what was being done, as we now understand. So they made sure that Donald Trump, his plans, his contingencies were also integrated into their contingency. And when they saw that everything was falling apart, and they had the opportunity, with all of their puppet terrorists basically beaten, this was the time to try and take out the head of the snake, to remove the willingness and ability of Iran to be a threat at the level of nuclear weapons and or ballistic onslaught. Remove it now. That's a big order. Iran is not a small nation. They're not. They have a huge, well-trained military. They're very motivated. They are a power within the Middle East. Not the greatest power, but a power nonetheless. They have fought against Iraq. They've fought against Saudi Arabia. They've held their own for hundreds, if not thousands of years. This is no pushover nation. Don't misunderstand. They're not pushovers. They are by no means victims in anything. Iran may be many things. They're not a victim. They're able to stand up against anyone, at least for a certain amount of time. So the deal went bad, and Israel said, now's our time. They're distracted. Let's go in. Let's activate the plan. Their plan, Israel's plan, has nothing to do with Trump. They're going to go and try and decapitate the Iranian government. Would they like regime change? Absolutely. Do they need it? No. But they would like it if they can get it. And to that end, they were looking to kill the Ayatollah, which Iran should be very happy, and the Ayatollah should be very happy. Donald Trump said, no, don't do that. Because that would create a martyr, and it would be a religious war, and religious wars are worse than, they're the worst type of war you could possibly have. And you can say all war is bad. Yes, but religious wars are worse. They never end. Religious wars go on forever. Because there's always another believer, and they always believe they're right because of their religion, and they will die willingly, no matter what the circumstances are. You can negotiate economics. You can negotiate food and logistics. You can't negotiate religion and belief. You can't. Kill the Ayatollah, you're fighting against religion and belief. And you're not going to wipe out every single person with that religion and that belief. It's just not possible. And then, once Israel started its campaign to decapitate the leadership, Trump then says, you know what? Screw it. You guys are playing games. This is useless. Unconditional surrender. Now, I disagreed with that part. I thought that was bad. Because it backs Iran into a corner. It basically, if you know anything about Sun Tzu, The Art of War, a book of warfare, a doctrine of warfare that has survived for over 3,000 years. Everyone, every military officer in the world has read Sun Tzu, all of them. Anyone who's involved in military and military planning and understanding it or executing it, almost everyone in the military has read Sun Tzu, The Art of War, which I believe is very important. And most people should read it because it applies to life in general. There's a whole Tao of Sun Tzu, of The Art of War. It applies to business, it applies to life. That's a separate thing. So, looking at this situation, Iran got backed into deadly ground. They have nowhere to go. They have no allies. No one's coming to save them. No one. Not Russia, not China, not North Korea. No one in the Middle East. Not even Turkey. No one's coming to save them. Because no one likes them. No one trusts them. So they're on their own. All of their puppets are defeated. They've got nowhere to back away to. That makes them desperate. And desperate, and my good friend Larry Sharp, a libertarian, often says, desperate people do desperate things. We've heard this before. And in politics, same thing. If a leadership is desperate, they will do desperate, extreme things. And the decapitation of the government, the infrastructure of Iran, which was pinpoint strikes by Israel, was working. They were taking out the leadership. They took out the scientists. They took out some of the facilities. They were doing a great job of attacking military and government, not civilians, which I think is important. That is an important fact, but it was taking time. And it was not going to be accomplished easily because we saw the response from Iran, even though they were crippled to some degree, they were not knocked out. They were still able to fire, and depending on which source you look at, they had somewhere between 4,000 and now being reported 8,000 missiles. The ballistic missiles created because of the Obama and Biden administrations. Those weapons they were able to build because of the Iran nuclear deal and the removal of 36 sanctions, that's Obama and Biden. They're responsible for that. Those 4,000 to 8,000 missiles that Iran has now that they're using to attack the civilian population of Israel, guess what? That's because of them. That's because of those Democrats. Some people will not like that. They don't want to accept that reality. They don't want to deal with that responsibility. It's there, whether you want it or not, whether you like it or not. That's the truth. The news media doesn't want to tell you that because they're worried about how are you going to vote in 2026? How are you going to vote in 2028? Do you trust Democrats? And Democrats are already at an all-time low in support in America. So they're trying to prop them up, and they don't want you to remember that Biden and Obama are part of the reason why civilians are dying in Israel at this moment. No matter how you feel about Israel, no matter what you think about that, that's just a fact. So they're trying to whitewash that, to memory hole the reality. This is how we got to where we are. These are all factors. They're important to understand everything. And again, America cannot be non-interventionist. America cannot be uninvolved. We cannot be isolationist. We're too big, too powerful, too involved with the economies of the world. We have too many allies that rely on us. Partially our own fault, partially because they're lazy and it was easier to allow America to take care of it all. For a lot of reasons. We are it. And our allies having their civilians. And yeah, you can say, well, Israel deserves it because they look what they did to Gaza and look how they fight in Gaza. That's not what they're doing with Iran. No matter how you feel about Gaza, that doesn't justify what's happening as a response to Iran. One bad thing doesn't justify another. They're not equivalent. There are different situations, different wars. You don't like one war? Fantastic. Doesn't justify actions of the same type in another war. Doesn't happen. Is it ironic? Probably. Doesn't mean it's justified. And Iran purposefully, actively, is attacking civilians while Israel is attacking infrastructure and government and military. They're not attacking civilians. They're trying their best, it seems, to avoid civilians. It tells you because Iran is unreliable. They are terrorists. Because that's what the government is. Not the people. That's what the government is. That's why they support and sponsor terrorism around the world. They are attacking the people to demoralize Israel because they can't beat Israel. So they would rather demoralize them and hope by demoralizing them that Israel will back down and stop because they can't stop them otherwise. Donald Trump sees all of this. Our ally is being attacked. The civilians of our ally are being attacked. Not the military, not the infrastructure, civilians. From a group of people who have been supporting terrorism around the world that have directly killed American citizens. Most recently and most blatantly through Hamas, who killed 34 Americans on October 7th and killed 17 out of 22 of Americans that were taken hostage by Hamas, tortured and sexually abused for 582 days. And Iran was responsible for that. Iran helped fund that. Iran helped train and provide the logistics for that. Helped to arm Hamas to do that to American citizens. So, yeah, when you put that into perspective, Trump said this is unacceptable, unconditional surrender. Now, whether he wanted Iran to counter that and say, well, how about surrender? How about we accept some conditions? Will you accept some we'll go to the negotiation table, but it can't be unconditional. Give us some conditions we can work with. Maybe that's what he was looking for. I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to paint Iran into a corner, leave them there knowing that they're on deadly ground, that their only choice was to fight and die. And he said, okay, die. Maybe. Could be either. So he put in the unconditionals, and then at some point in this process, he said, remember that contingency we've been working on since March? Remember that we have the capability of knocking out our number one concern in Iran. Remove their capability and willingness to develop nuclear weapons and their ballistic missile system. Let's take that off the table. It will no longer exist. Because Obama screwed up and Biden screwed up. Time to fix the problem. And the world, while they won't cheer us on, wants this to happen. Everyone in the world wants it. No one in the world has the balls to do it. About time someone does. It's been 46 years. About time someone takes care of this. So he says, let's do it. I see. I'm going to come back. I'm coming back to the comments. Oh my God, there's a few comments here. My God, folks. Okay, matter of fact, this is a good spot for me to stop that at the moment. Because I'm trying to make sure people understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and therefore what happens next. And the mainstream news media is too busy trying to just smear this and make it look like Trump's an authoritarian. This is just evil America. America's evil. It's not. There's a lot more to this. But people don't take the time, and people haven't been made aware of how all of this is happening. That these are the things that brought us to where we are today. If we don't understand our past, we will repeat this problem. Okay, so let me go back to some of the comments here, and I thank everyone for the comments. Again, remember you can super chat and or Rumble Rant. That'll get you up faster so that we can respond even faster to you. I want to go back to Grace, who had initially said the Five Eyes with nukes are not scary. Grace followed up and said, the Five Eyes is an intelligence alliance that includes Australia. Okay, now I think I know what you mean. It's the allied, so that would be Australia, the United States, possibly France, England. I get you. All right, I follow you. Grace goes on. The left didn't care when Obama killed a U.S. citizen who was a Muslim cleric with a drone. The left is selective in their outrage. Well, I'm going to get to the fact that the left, they like to say that everything that Trump did was unconstitutional. That's not true. And that it was illegal. That's not true. They're lying to your face. And part of the reason is what Trump did is exactly what Joe Biden, what Donald Trump, what Bush, what Clinton, what every president before him has done is what Trump did. There is no difference. The difference is that Trump did it to Iran, and Barack Obama did it to Yemen, and Clinton did it to Afghanistan. It's the same thing. The only difference is we did it to Iran, and Democrats massively hate Trump. So that's the only difference, but it's the same thing. So yes, what Trump did is legal, and it is constitutional because that's the powers of the executive branch as Democrats have voted for, as they have written legislation about, that what they have authorized. This is legal and it is authorized. It is within the power of the presidency. They just don't like that someone they don't like as president is using the power they have given the president. They didn't think somebody would become president and do what Donald Trump has done. Well, just because when you set up the rules, don't be surprised when someone else goes by those same rules. Okay, let me go on. Grace goes on to say, Iran was working on nukes for almost 70 years, even under the Shah of Iran. I don't know if it's been 70 years, but definitely they've been working on it for the last roughly 40 years under the Ayatollah. I can't say that they were under the Shah. I don't know if they were, to be fair, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not aware that under the Shah that Iran was looking to get nuclear weapons. Possibly. Let's see. Grace says, I'm not a fan of Operation Midnight Hammer, but I have zero faith in the mainstream news media coverage of the Trump administration. Well, I can understand why you wouldn't trust that, and that's why I'm going through this in such detail, so that people will have a better understanding of exactly how we got to this point, so that we can understand what happens next. IC says, 14 bunker busting bombs at what cost? $200,000 per bomb? More. The bombs cost more than that. But is the cost... The cost is meaningless, to be fair. How much did the bunker busters cost? Doesn't matter. It's not an important number. It's not enough money to make a difference to the United States economy. The economy of the United States is not going to break because we had 14 more or less bunker busters, or that we flew the planes. That has no. That's not a meaningful number. Even if they cost $1 million apiece, it's $14 million. We have a $7 trillion annual budget. It's not even a rounding error. Doesn't matter. So now, mind you, should we spend money like this? Yes. To protect the future? Yes. To increase the amount of stability in the world? Yes. There's a lot of reasons why we should spend $14 million. Yeah. Because that's not a hell of a lot of money. We could, if we can get this for less money, I'd love that, but it's not enough money to worry about. And the risk reward is in our favor for doing this. I understand a lot of people don't like it. I'm not telling you to like it. I'm telling you that the equation in terms of politics makes sense. Going on, IC says, does Iran's dislike of the U.S. stem from the 1953 coup d'etat? The United States, the Iranian people's dislike of the United States comes from the Ayatollah taking power in 1979. Now, there are lots of countries that don't like each other for lots of things that have happened throughout history. France and England still don't like each other. Germany and France still don't like each other, and they never have. They've always had arguments. Same thing with Japan and China and Korea. They don't like each other. Vietnam isn't well liked. These are statuses that have existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And even in recent politics, there are plenty of countries that don't like each other for innumerable amounts of reasons of politics throughout the years, for decades. Does Iran not like the United States because of 1953? No. Almost everybody who would have not liked the United States because of 1953, they're either dead or they're outside of Iran. They don't live in Iran now. Whether you are part of the pre-Shah government or the government between 1953 and 1979, the Shah in Iran, you're not in Iran anymore. By the way, if they're going to be upset about anyone in putting the Shah into power after 1953 until 1979, that would be Britain. You'd be upset with the England. The British are who you would be upset with because the British did that, not the United States. Did we help fund it? Sure we did. Were we in charge of it? No. That was the British who did that. If anyone's going to be upset, they'd be upset with the British, not the United States. But, and in the 1970s, the supremacy of the United States was on the rise. Our support of Israel was defined. And that put us into the crosshairs of the Ayatollah. And they captured our embassy because it was one of the most high-profile embassies that they could get to at the time. Because America had never dealt with something like that. We didn't have the same defenses. We were willing to have active, ongoing relations with Iran, unlike most other nations at that time. So we were the example because Iran at the time, the Ayatollah, thought the United States in 1979 was an easy target, that we would be an easy example, that the consequences would be minimal, especially with Jimmy Carter as president at that time. So they said, weak president, bad foreign policy, not a strong nation, but not the strongest, with not the best focus. You know what? Easier to attack than England, which would be more responsive if they had tried the same thing with them. So they attacked us. And that is why we are where we are. And when you couple that with the fanatical Islamic fundamentalism of the Ayatollah and the government that he put around himself under that same mentality, that's how we get to where we are today. Has nothing to do with 1953. But let me go on. We have a few other comments. I try to make it as clear as I can. I hope people appreciate that I'm willing to have these conversations. Icy says, is this a continuation of the 7 countries in 5 years? Iran was the last one on the list. Quite honestly, doesn't matter. Yeah, lots of countries talk about the bluster. We're going to get rid of this one. We're going to get rid of that one, blah, blah, blah. Those countries all still exist. Now, to differing degrees, absolutely. Different amounts of power and control, but they all exist. Doesn't matter. That's just bluster politically. Yes, and we have a $7 trillion annual budget. We have a $2 trillion annual deficit. Yes. And what's happening with Iran isn't the biggest cause of that. That's not our biggest problem. Our spending, that's not the problem. Spending is domestic. That's a different issue altogether. What just happened, Operation Midnight Hammer, is not the reason why the United States is currently just under $37 trillion in debt, projected to get to $50 trillion in debt by 2032. Yeah, that's not because of Operation Midnight Hammer. Really, it's not. So, two different things. IC goes on to say, and IC, I love it. You have a lot of comments. I thank you for that, IC. IC says, in August 2013, documents were released stating that the U.S. was in charge of the planning and execution of the coup. And so what? Because the coup, before the coup, Iran was not a fanatical Islamist nation. After the Shah, they were. So again, the individuals who were responsible for that were not the people who took charge of the government. Different groups of people, different ideologies and goals. Very different. Pre-1953, post-1979, very different ideologies, and again, different people. Most of the people from 1953 are dead, retired. They're not part of the government right now. And the ones who are in charge of the government in Iran right now are fanatical Islamists. Nothing to do with 1953. IC goes on, in the past 5 years, what actual physical actions have Iran done against the United States? Terrorism. Again, what they've done in the last 5 years, they trained and funded Hamas to attack and kill Americans in Israel on October 7th, 2023. And then that training, that funding allowed Hamas to kill 34 Americans and to torture and sexually abuse for 582 days American citizens, so that 17 died as being hostages, being tortured by Hamas. They are a puppet of Iran, trained by Iran, funded by Iran. Iran is responsible for what Hamas did. What did they do in the last 5 years? Isn't that enough? It is for me. It may not be for others. It is for me. But there is terrorism around the globe for the last 5 years and counting that Iran funds, trains, and is responsible for. So what have they done? Terrorism. That's what they've done. They have never stopped doing terrorism. They have never stopped their terror attacks. They are consistent with that every year for as long as, almost as long as I've been alive. Yeah, so that's what they've done. Have they attacked America? Yes, they have. Have they done it directly? No, they use puppets, but they do attack America. How about the Houthis attacking in the Red Sea, which caused global starvation? When the Houthis went into the Red Sea, and Joe Biden did nothing about it, but for 18 months, the Houthis were blocking the Red Sea, denying people around the globe, in particular Africa, but around the globe, denying them food, letting them starve, as well as increasing the cost of goods throughout the entire world. Where did the Houthis get their missiles and money from? Iran. Where did they get their training from? Iran. Who supported them? Iran. Who helped them get into the positions they're in? Iran. They are puppets of Iran. Again, that's Iran affecting the world directly through their puppet. Did Iran do something? Yes, they did. Again, terrorism. So yes, they did affect us. Let's see, IC says, how many terrorist groups has the U.S. funded? There was, in recent memory, Al-Qaeda and, depending on how you define it, the PKK. Two that I can think of off the top of my head. Two. And Al-Qaeda is its own creature and mess. And that was, we did it to attack Russia, but then it grew into its own thing. Yeah, it was a stupid thing. They were initially meant to only attack Russians in Afghanistan. They then became something far bigger, and they attacked the United States, which then meant the United States had to deal with it. One of the biggest problems for the United States was something that we created for ourselves. The PKK, if you're Turkish, you think they're terrorists. If you're Kurdish, you don't. There's a lot there. But two, IC says the U.S. are a puppet of Israel. That is absolutely wrong. Does Israel have influence on the United States? Sure. So does England. So does France and Canada. A lot of nations have influence in America. Some of them, great deal of influence, and some of them not so much. England, the United Kingdom, has a massive amount, huge amount of influence on the United States. I don't hear anyone screaming about that. And they've had it for hundreds of years. And I don't hear people going, oh my God, you just don't understand. It's the British. Yeah, and? Oh, the Israelis have a lot of influence. They do. So do a lot of other groups. Businesses and individuals and countries have lots of influence in the United States. Absolutely. It's the biggest pack in America. It's IPAC. It's the Israelis. That's not the biggest pack in America, nor is it the most numerous, nor is it is one of the most influential. It's not the most influential. There's a lot of packs, but they're an easy target. They're easy to point to. And it is preferred by people on the left more often than not. They'd like to target Israel because they're an easy punch again. They're the low-hanging fruit. The problems that America is dealing with internationally as well as domestically are far more complicated and far more involved than the low-hanging fruit that the left media loves to point at because it's just easy. Doesn't take a whole lot of conversation. Look how long I've been taking trying to just get you through 3 months of information to bring us to where we were yesterday. It takes, to understand it correctly, to understand it fully, it takes time. And the news media is all about, you've got a minute and a half to understand the issue, and then they're off to the next story. Even in talking about this, the average news media is spending about 5 minutes discussing this in any depth before they move on to the next story. That's ridiculous. This is potentially a war involving, and it's highly unlikely, but it could involve U.S. troops on the ground. That is absolutely a minuscule possibility, very unlikely. And yet, the mainstream news media is willing to give it about 5 minutes and then they move on to the next thing. That's barely saying, here's the headline, and they're moving on. People don't understand the issues. They don't understand how we got here. And therefore, they don't understand the real consequences of this. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm taking the time to do this. Not everyone will like it. Not everyone will agree with it. And that's perfectly fine. I'm not doing this because I want you to feel good or I want you to feel like you should agree with me. I'm doing it so that you're informed. Whether or not you like the information, totally up to you. And whether you want to use that information to either try and stop the United States from moving further or doing anything else, or to help America do whatever it's doing right now, that's up to you. I'm not telling you to do any of that. I'm trying to make sure you're informed accurately, to have a clear understanding of how we got here and what can happen next. And if you don't understand that, you will make mistakes. You will pick the wrong people. You will pick the wrong direction. You will make the situation worse. That is a fact. And so to say that the United States is a puppet of Israel is just, not only is it unrealistic, it's not even an argument. That's propaganda. They have influence, absolutely. So dozens of countries have influence. Dozens of businesses have influence. They're not different than everyone else. That's just not a meaningful, substantive argument. The United States is not the puppet of Israel. If anything, Israel is the puppet of the United States, realistically. Who has the upper hand in that relationship? The United States. Absolutely. We provide the money. We provide the funding. We provide the training. We provide the support. They're in our hands, not the other way around. It's just not realistic. Anyway, moving on. But again, don't take this as me admonishing you individually, IC. And for anyone who's coming in and you have a different point of view, I'm talking about the issues, not you as an individual. I'm not attacking you I attack the issue, not the person. I disagree with the issue, not you. I have no problem with IC saying, Mike, I don't agree with you. Fantastic. That's okay. Say I come to a different conclusion than you. That's okay. I have no problem with IC, Grace, or anyone else who's making comments. I may have varying degrees of disagreement with the issue you're bringing up and the consequences and like saying that America is the puppet of Israel. It's just not realistic. It's not true. In any quantifiable way you want to look at it, it's just not true. But, that's me attacking the issue, not the person. You can feel that, you can believe that, that's up to you. It's got nothing to do with me. By the way, if we've made it this far into the conversation, you've been following, or if you're just jumping in now, whether you're watching for 5 minutes or 5 hours, please hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Help me to have more of these conversations, especially at times like this. I've been doing this for 20 years, and I have been suppressed massively by the mainstream the internet overlords, YouTube and Google and the like. They want their approved message and nothing else. They don't want you to hear Larry Sharp or Kit Cabello and Hard Lens Media due diligence. They don't want you to hear any other voice. They want you to hear just what they're saying and do what they tell you to do. You deserve to have a voice. You deserve to have a conversation, to understand the details. You can only do that if we are living by the First Amendment, that we are having free speech as American citizens. And that means I need your support. If you want, you can join the Patreon. It's $1.50. I mean, it's nothing. That's a month, $1.50. That's it. There's only one level of Patreon, $1.50. That's it. If you want, you can go into Zazzle and buy a cup, a mug, a t-shirt, which is great. Or you can go to Patreon and you make a one-time donation or multiple donations if you want, for whatever amount you think is worth it. But all I'm asking for is a like, a share, subscribe. That's it. Okay, going on. IC says, if Iran has been a threat since 1979, they have, and Iran has been developing a nuclear weapon for the past 30 years, not exactly, why bomb them now? Because we bomb them on a regular basis. This isn't new. This isn't the first time. Mind you, it's the first time we've been this extreme, but normally we use Israel to go into Iran and to kill their scientists and blow up their facilities on a regular basis. We fund Israel to do that on a regular basis. And that knocks them back 5 years, 10 years, 2 years. We constantly kill their people and destroy their infrastructure, and it knocks them back several years to a decade or two. And then they start up, and Iran starts back up and starts the process over again. The one thing that we haven't done is that the United States has never, no president has had the balls to step up and say, we're just going to wipe that to zero. We're going to clear the slate, bring them back to the theoretical Stone Age in terms of nuclear weapons development and just get rid of it. Yes, they have the knowledge. And as a nation, they will always have that knowledge and be able to develop that knowledge base. They can rebuild that infrastructure. They can retrain or import scientists. They can get that up. But now you're talking about 5 to 10 years rather than 1 to 2. And we've been doing that since about the 1990s. No, it's not been since 1979. It's been since about the 1990s. And we do this on a regular basis. But never as extreme and as across the board as we did yesterday. So this isn't new. This isn't some brand new policy from the United States that no one has ever done before and no one ever thought of before. We do it all the time. It's just never as efficiently and as effectively and as well publicized as what we just did. And usually we're using someone else to do it. Usually Israel, sometimes people like Al-Qaeda and other organizations. But yeah, this isn't new. That's another thing that the news media wants you to think. This is brand new. It's never happened before. Yeah, that happens all the time. We've been doing this for decades. This isn't anything surprising. I know there's people out who are watching this right now and they're going, oh my God, I never thought of it that way. I never really thought about that. Yeah, this isn't new. What Trump has done is something that we have been doing for decades. We did this under Clinton. We did this under Obama. We did this under both Bushes. We did this under Reagan. This is not new. We have been doing this consistently. Happens all the time. We've just never been this clear cut, this abject, absolute about it, and as direct. But this is not new. All right, let me go forward. So I left off. Now, Iran, where I left off was Israel's now attacking Iran, trying to make their impact and trying to convince Donald Trump that now's the perfect time for his plan to take place, to wipe the slate clean of the nuclear weapons that Israel cannot reach. They don't have bunker busters. They can't reach inside the mountain. They're getting the people, they're getting the external infrastructure. They can't get to the core of it. Now, normally, Israel will go through what they've done so far, and we've seen this many times, and we've killed their scientists many, many times, and then, usually Iran will use one of its proxies, throws a bunch of missiles for a day or two, and then it all blows over, and everyone moves on to the next thing in life, because we've gotten that used to it. That's the pattern. Israel, mysteriously, a bunch of scientists working on nuclear and ballistics, and maybe a general in Iran just drop dead, usually with lead poisoning, but occasionally they just drop dead. And, Israel's the problem. They get blamed for it. Iran usually it's Hezbollah, but sometimes it's Hamas or the Houthis. They use them. They throw a bunch of missiles at Israel, possibly at one or two of American ships or a base. If it's an American base, they usually miss by a couple hundred yards, but close enough to, shake up some people, but not really kill anyone. Make the point that they did something, and then we forget about it. There's other news, and everybody in the world goes on to the next thing. That's what normally happens. But this time, Israel knows America has a contingency, a big one. And Trump is like, I'm tired of this. I don't want to do this for another 46 years. Let's knock this out the park. Okay. So that's the conversation between Israel and the United States. And no, it's not Israel puppeting the United States. It's Israel begging the United States to do what the United States has already planned on doing. Going on. Then came the rumor mill. So with all of this happening, all of a sudden we started getting all these speculations. And this has made it worse, because this is where the fear-mongering really kicked in. And we haven't seen that as much in the past. In the past, when we had these kind of events, they weren't as well publicized because the public didn't have as much access to the news. And we were much more reliant on traditional news media, whether it be newspapers or whether it be the mainstream news media and cable. We were much more reliant on them for the story, which would be, again, minute and a half, maybe 3 minutes, and on to the next story. Then they're going to talk to you about the Dodgers game. They're going to talk to you about ballerinas and ice skating or whatever else, the housewives of who gives a damn. They'd move on to the next thing. But now, no one trusts the news media because they lie a lot. They lied to you about the laptop. They lied to you about Hunter Biden, whether or not he illegally disposed of a gun behind a school of children. They lied to you about Joe Biden being mentally sharp. They lied a lot, and they got caught. And so you don't trust them, because you shouldn't trust them. You should always verify for yourself as best you can. Double check the credible news agencies around the world and see if there is a consensus of the reporting. And so people have been doing that. And individuals like myself, independent news media, have been coming up in the ranks. People are saying, oh my God, whether I agree with them or not, at least they're providing me more insight, more information, and taking more than 3 minutes to make sure I understand what's going on. Whether you like it or not, at least now you're informed. And then as an adult with agency, you can then turn around and yell at your local congressman, your local senator. You can write letters to the president. You can vote however you want to make sure whatever you think is the right action will happen in the future. And because of this, social media also means the double-edged sword. It means that there's more stories coming out from quasi-credible sources that are pushing their agenda, fear-mongering, because fear is one of the most motivating and most powerful weapons out there. That's why you hear the left constantly say that Donald Trump is an authoritarian, that he's a dictator, that democracy has been destroyed. Have you looked at what Democrats have done? Did you see how they lied to you because they wanted power? Did you see how we still, to this day, do not know who was in control of the United States government 7 days a week, 18 hours a day? Because it wasn't Joe Biden. It was someone else. And we don't know who. We don't know what decisions they made and what consequences we are living with because of that. But we know it wasn't Joe Biden. And the Democrats want to turn around and say, oh my God, this other person's a dictator. They're authoritarian. What do you think you've been for the last 4 years? Anyway, moving forward from that. So and they're using fear. Fear of Trump, Orange Man bad, that fear of there's going to be World War III. You were told for the entire time as Donald Trump, as the 45th president, you were told from 2016 until the day he was out of office that World War III was right around the corner. We were going to go to World War III with North Korea, twice with Russia, once or twice with China. I mean, it was always, it's World War III, World War III. He's going after, he called them little rocket men. We're going to war with North Korea. It's war. No, it didn't happen. Didn't happen. But they used the fear so they could win, so that Democrats could have power. Orange Man bad. That is fear. You've been fed fear for 10, 11 years now. Some people have grown up and never known anything except the fear of being Republican, the fear of being on the center right in politics, the fear of anything that the mainstream left-leaning news media doesn't like. We've had half a generation. They've never grown up hearing anything else except fear. And that's not beneficial because fear leads to false information and stories like I have up here where we started hearing, oh my God, there was an earthquake in Iran. Do you know how many earthquakes happen in Iran in a year? Over 2,000. Every year, there are like 2,000 earthquakes every single year in Iran. It is the most earthquake-prone region of the planet. Yes, even more than California, which is very well known for its earthquakes. Iran has more earthquakes than them. And in every single year, there is around 15 magnitude 5 earthquakes every single year. This is going back thousands of years, not hundreds of years, not tens of years, thousands of years. This is a well-known fact. Now, why is that important? Well, now that you understand that, there was an earthquake 2 days ago in Iran, not too far away from one of the larger cities, and not terribly far away from Tehran, near one of the nuclear facilities. And there was an earthquake, about a 5.1, 5.2, depending on which source. You could hear anything from just from a 5 earthquake to a 5.5. That was the range. And most people went with 5.1, but you heard a range. And a lot of people were saying, well, no, it wasn't an earthquake. It was an underground nuclear bomb. It was Iran exploding a nuclear weapon they have nukes. And of course, that created a lot of fear, and a lot of people were terrified. And that was a reason for some people to say, see, now we have to stop. They have nukes, so we can't allow Israel or America to do anything else because they've got nukes now. Or to have people say, oh my God, they've got nukes. That means we have to wipe them out. It was used on both sides. To just fear-mongering, to get reactions, and of course, to get eyeballs. This came from the Times of India, which is a iffy in terms of credibility, internationally, iffy. Sometimes they're very accurate, sometimes not at all. Just so you know. But they were the big ones who were pushing this out, and it was being found and retweeted and requoted around the world. And like telephone, like the game telephone, more people heard about it, the more it became, oh my God, yeah, Iran has nukes. And they're blowing them up underground. They're ready. China gave them the technology. And so now they can make nuclear weapons. So they're going to fire nukes at Israel. So we have to nuke the hell out of Iran. I saw several comments spreading around social media saying these things. I had to put out a video debunking this because it's not real. The story is incorrect. Because all the major agencies around the world that pay attention to nuclear both earthquakes and underground nuclear explosions, analyze this, and with high credibility, not perfect. There was about a 90%, and I think it was 93% accuracy. Every agency in the world said, nope, that was a natural earthquake. Something that happens roughly 15 times a year out of the 2,000 earthquakes that happen every year in Iran. The fact that it happened while they're having a war is not new, unique, or different. But people were fearful because people were taking advantage of it. The Times of India did it so that they could get their eyeballs onto their page. They didn't care that they were lying to you. They didn't care that it made no sense whatsoever. And it was being pushed around the internet, either to help people say we need to get rid of Iran, or to say be afraid of Iran, or to say that Israel is bad, or to say that Donald Trump is bad. It was just a tool. And a lot of people didn't realize that. Now we got a couple more comments, so let me check this out. All right. Peace Logic. Peace. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're enjoying this. Peace says, hello, brother. Hope you're doing well this afternoon. I've been watching for about 10 minutes. Really interested in where you differ with Larry. I can always rewatch if you already covered it. I haven't yet. Well, I have in parts. Because Larry Sharp, my good friend, who's a libertarian, has more of an isolationist point of view. Many libertarians do. They believe in being hands-off. As I have said before, that's just not possible. That's not realistic. The United States, because we are the largest economy, because we are the strongest military, because we are the most free in the world, no matter how you want to rank these things, we're all of these things at once. And because of that position, it just makes it really simple. We can't be non-interventionist. We can't be isolationist. We can't. I understand why a lot of libertarians and a lot of people say, oh, but we want to be. It doesn't matter. It's not possible. RFK, one of the reasons why I would never vote for RFK is, should he be Secretary of Health and Human Services, HHS? Should RFK be that secretary? Sure. Should he be ever elected to a higher position? No. He's the isolationist? Absolutely. He's out of his mind. Many of the left are out of their minds with that. Because it's not realistic. That's not the role that we have for the position we have in the world. It's just not possible. So when my friends, like Larry Sharp and others, say, oh, no, but I want more isolationism and I want more non-intervention, it's just not realistic. I understand they want that because they think that will make the world better. They think that the less countries interact with each other in terms of militaries and economics, the better it will be. And maybe it would in a perfect world. We don't live in that world. That's not the reality. We live in a world that's interconnected. where we're interrelated. And petty grievances as well as serious grievances have an impact. And so, no. And I know my friends like Larry Sharp say, well, you're right. We have to interact, so we need to have a conversation with Iran. No, we don't. Not in the way they're looking at it. We'll just trade with them. It's like Vietnam. We'll just trade with them. No, it's not the same. And I disagree with my friends who believe that it is the same. It's not. First of all, Vietnam, it took a long time of negotiations just for us to get back most of our dead. We have a big gripe with Vietnam over that. Big gripe. That was a big problem and very sore issue for the first 10 years after the war. Well into the 90s, many people were still upset about that. My father served in there. He came back with the wounds and the PTSD. So, yeah, I had issues with Vietnam well into the 90s. And then we started having further talks with them. But you know what's different between Vietnam and Iran? Vietnam doesn't have a fanatical religious ideology that demands that they have to eliminate the existence of other people. Yes, you can say, well, Vietnam was socialist and the Viet Cong, they wanted to be communist. That's a bad thing. Yeah, but you know what? That doesn't mean death to everyone. It means conversion. It means accepting their lifestyle if they had won, but it doesn't mean death to everyone. Iran's point of view is death to everyone who does not agree with the Ayatollah. There is a massive difference there. And I know a lot of people say, well, no, the religion thing isn't as important. It is important. It may not be as important for the individual people. It is important for the government. And governments create wars. Governments create trade embargoes. Governments define economies, not the people. So I understand many people who are more looking at it from the bottom up, looking at the people as being deeply involved. That doesn't apply. It works in America because America is a country defined by the Constitution. We, the people, we defined and created at the foundation of our nation the individual. And the power of our government comes from all of us as individuals. No other country has that. No one else in the world. No other country has that ideology, that background, that culture. They don't believe that. They don't live that. That's not part of how their government runs. Only ours. We're the only ones. And no one is committed. And countries that try to emulate us don't emulate that portion of it. They don't. Not Australia, not Canada, not England. They don't emulate that. Not in terms of culture or in terms of legislation. So we can't apply that desire and that ideology on other countries because it doesn't apply. It doesn't work. So I understand why they want this. It doesn't work. The argument is invalid. It is not a fair comparison. As I said earlier, Australia getting a nuclear weapon is incomparable to Iran getting a nuclear weapon. You're looking at different ideologies. You're looking at different reasons. You're looking at different capabilities. They're not the same fundamentally at every level. So treating them the same, as if they're the same, that is an oversimplification that will cause you problems because they're not the same by definition, by any metric you want to use. So I hope that explains at least a little bit, Peace Logic, the differences that I have with many people on some of these foundations. And that's what's important to understand as we walk through, how did we get to where we are today? These are underlying foundational factors that have deep impact on how we're negotiating, why we're negotiating, why we're fighting. These are the factors that are in there. And that is part of how we get what happens in the future. These are the factors. And to ignore them is counterproductive. Let's see. Mike has bad knees says, I don't take I don't take most Democrat criticism of this action seriously, because any Democrat president would have taken the same actions. I disagree, Mike. They wouldn't. Most Democrats would never, they would have done what Biden was doing. Lift sanctions, give a bunch of money to Iran, allow them to develop the weapons, try and hold back Israel. And when Israel invariably goes rogue and tries to wipe out the scientists, say, oh, what could we do? But that's what most Democrats do. That's what Biden did. That's what Obama did. That's what Clinton did. They wouldn't do this. They would try to throw money at the problem and kick it down the road. That's what they would do. So there is a difference. Mike Hasbadnese goes on to say, it's pretty clear to me that this operation was already in the planning during the last administration, not the last administration. Biden would never have done this. I think it came about since the Trump administration. I mean, mind you, the U.S. military has plans for everything, every eventuality. I mean, that's what the Pentagon is there for, is to battle plan every eventuality you can think of. They've got a plan to do everything you could possibly want to do. If you want to take over Uganda from Cincinnati, there is someone in the Pentagon who has figured out how, using a remote control UAV, you can take over Uganda. I guarantee you, it may not be realistic, it may not be smart, but I guarantee you someone has game planned that and said, okay, I've got the scenario that can make that work. That's what they're there for. But I believe that really making this plan fit this scenario is something that we see coming out of the Trump administration, and I think it's because of everything from March going forward. That's what I truly believe. And I was explaining that earlier in some of the things that we saw in the past that now we have more context on, so we can understand why CENTCOM was making all of the changes to the U.S. military positions around the world. We can understand a little bit more about how the negotiations were going and the conversations that we were having with other countries, including Pakistan. 3 weeks ago, President Trump, 2 weeks ago, President Trump was talking with one of the military leaders of Pakistan about Iran. Gee, do you think that might have been something? Because Pakistan is Muslim, just like, very much similar in their Muslim beliefs with Iran. They're kind of aligned with each other. Not totally, but a bit. And so the United States, getting some of the key members of the Pakistani government who they were just talking to. Trump was just talking to them to get the tensions and end the war between Pakistan and India. Well, that was also an opportunity for him to talk about Iran. Could that have been a factor? Maybe, probably. So everyone's talking amongst themselves. Mike Hasbadnese says, what part of the Constitution allows the president to start wars without a declaration from Congress? We don't have a war started. Now, mind you, what you do have, what did allow Trump to do what he did yesterday is the same thing that allowed Clinton in 99, Obama in 2011, what has allowed many presidents to do. It's the War Powers Act of 1973 and its amendments, as well as the authorization of use of military force, which I believe was 2001. And under both of those, in the same way that Obama was using drones to bomb American citizens in Yemen without a trial, yeah, that's the same thing that Trump did. Same authorization, same power. And the Democrats were screaming, running around, shouting, oh my God, yes, yes, absolutely. This is within the power of the presidency, the executive branch, and because of legislation, Obama could absolutely bomb American citizens who have never been tried on foreign soil, bomb them for alleged crimes, and it's perfectly fine. I was against that. Absolutely. But if you're telling me that those powers exist, that the president can initiate bombing runs, as presidents, every president since pretty much, hell, from Reagan going forward, every president has used the power of the presidency and the War Powers Act to excuse them going in and under 60 days going into an area and dropping bombs and getting into fighting. And as long as they get it done before 60 days and they tell Congress about it 48 hours after they started doing this, they're clear. Guess what? So's Trump. He had a limited targeted strike against military tactical targets, not civilians. He went in, pinpoint, hit that, got out, no American citizens dead, no real collateral damage to speak of, and he immediately, after it was done, within roughly 20 minutes of it being done, he had already notified Congress. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He followed the same, in fact, he was better at following the law than Obama or Biden or Clinton. Yet the Democrats lauded all of them for doing the same thing that Trump did. That should make people wonder. IC says, Pakistan has a nuclear weapon. Yes, they do. If they have similar ideology as Iran, similar, not the same. There are critical differences. We'll get to that. Why are they allowed to have a nuclear weapon? Well, one, they weren't allowed to do it. They did it on their own. They got it. In part, the reason why Pakistan has nuclear weapons is because India has nuclear weapons. And no one really wanted India or Pakistan to have nuclear weapons because we trust them to kill each other first before they would kill anyone else, because Pakistan and India hate each other. The next person on the list that Pakistan and India hate besides each other would be the United Kingdom. But they can't get the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom, of course, has America backing it up. So they don't want to fight against America, and they don't want to fight against Europe, so they just fight against each other. That's a reality. That's part of the equation. But no one really wanted India or Pakistan to get nuclear weapons. But they have both nations have some very intelligent, very brilliant individuals who are working on parts of the nuclear development back in World War II. So that's part of the reason why they were able to do this. The reason why no one stopped them is once one of them got a nuclear, it was India first, as I recall, got the nuclear weapon first, Pakistan had to get it to balance the equation. Otherwise, they would have gone to war. It would have been absolute bloodshed. And so many people around the world, whether you like it or not, whether it's accurate or not, a lot of people said, well, they both have to have a nuclear weapon. This way, neither one of them will be encouraged to drop a bomb on the other because they would have more of an advantage. As long as they both have about the same level of capabilities, then neither of them will be likely to use it. Although many times they have come close, and just like we saw last month, they were ramping up to be able to use nuclear weapons. They were more than happy to tell each other that they were going to use nuclear weapons, and the United States came in, along with England, and we negotiated. And thanks to the United States, Donald Trump, we talked them down. Don't know what deal exactly was made. It was probably economic. It probably has to do with jobs for both nations, but that calmed them down. But they were more than willing to use nuclear weapons against each other. So there's a big difference in that environment, and Pakistan is not a fundamentalist, radical nation. Pakistan does not sponsor globally terrorism. They will allow some terrorists, to exist in their nation. They will harbor terrorists who have the same religious ideology as some of their leaders, like Al-Qaeda, like Osama bin Laden. They didn't fund them. They didn't give them the tools and the weapons to go out and commit terror. They just would let them have safety. They were a safe harbor. So there's a big difference between the two. Massively different. They're not the same at all. Israel has nuclear weapons. Yes, and again, we trust Israel not to use those nuclear weapons. In fact, Israel tried its damnedest for a long time not to tell anyone they have nuclear weapons. That was their secret last-minute failsafe. They didn't. In fact, to this day, they still don't officially admit that they have nuclear weapons. Everyone knows they do, but they don't admit that. Why? Because they have no intention of using it. It is their ultimate last-ditch card to protect themselves. That this is their dead man switch. If you kill us, we drop nukes on you. That is their ultimate protection. They're not running around going, we're going to nuke you guys. They could have come out and said, oh, we're going to drop a nuke on the mountain in Iran. They didn't. Why? Because they don't want to talk about nuclear weapons. They don't want to bring nuclear weapons into the conversation. That's not Israel's game. They know that if they do that, they invite nuclear weapons against themselves, and they cannot survive that. We trust that out of self-preservation, if for no other reason, Israel will not use nukes. And they don't, because of, if for nothing else, self-preservation. Iran doesn't have that belief. They don't. Their ideology, their government, their legislation, their actions do not make them trustworthy amongst anyone. Not in the Middle East. Not just, it doesn't matter about America and Israel. No one in the world trusts them. Not China, not Russia, not anyone in the Middle East. Nobody. So no, it's not the same. Okay, so we're getting a lot of questions here. I love it. I love questions, by the way. Let me see here. I'm trying to keep up. Mike has bad knees, mentions that there were similar actions by Obama in Libya, yes, as well as in Yemen, yes. I remember the letter that Obama had written up by the White House lawyers to justify killing American citizens on foreign soil without trial. And that, I've never forgiven that. I've always remembered that. That's just insane. Phil's with us. All right. Phil says, yeah, the Democrats are evil on this, and I'm not mad at Trump. I'm just disappointed. I was really hoping that he would go back to a true constitutional order. The War Powers Act was about Vietnam. Well, it was initially created because of Vietnam and Korea. It evolved into something very different than that. That's Congress allowing overreach of government and also partially the public. In terms of Trump, Trump has been consistent. He's been very transparent. In his first term in office, in both of his presidential campaigns, and since the day he got into office in his second term now, he has always said that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. He has always said that America will do what it takes to make sure Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. He has been hyper consistent about that. So people confuse the idea no new wars with, oh, well, Iran can get a nuclear weapon. No, those are they're not the same path of thought. They're two separate things. And Trump isn't trying, as much as, yes, dropping a bomb on somebody is a way to start a war. Absolutely. And it's not the first time that Iran's had bombs dropped on them without a war actually taking place. But at the same time, it is, and you can say it's an act of war. Okay, you can. It's a hostility. No question about it. But it's consistent with what Trump has told everyone. The reason why a lot of people, I think more people are saying this is inconsistent for Trump is because the news media is saying it's inconsistent for Trump, that it's unconstitutional, that it's illegal, because they don't like Trump, because they're trying to find a way to blame Trump for everything on the existence of the planet. Every negative is Orange Man bad. So they're trying to convince people of that because that works in their advantage. It's not accurate. So I think that's more of it. Let's see. Icy says, how come any country can disallow any sovereign nation to not have a nuclear weapon? How come any country can disallow? Because politics? Because some countries are bigger and stronger than others? Is it fair? No. I'm not telling you it's fair. I'm not telling you it's nice, but the reality is we're bigger and stronger than you. England, the United European Union, China, Russia, they're bigger. First world nations, first world armies, they get to make choices. Angola doesn't get a whole lot of choices about anything. Why? Angola is a third world nation that's just pitiful in terms of their army and their power and their resources. They got no choice. They don't get to make choices. They can make a choice between them and Nigeria and Chad, and they can all fight it out amongst each other. But the second one of the real powers of the world steps in, they get no choices. None of them. Same thing you could say about Chile, and you could say that about Nicaragua and Brazil. You can say the same thing. They don't get choices. They can choose amongst themselves because they can argue with second world and third world nations. They could have all the arguments they want, and they can get their own private rankings amongst second and third world nations. When it comes to the first world nations, no, you don't get choices. You get the choices that are handed down to you. Is that nice? No. Is that reality? Yes. Does that work? For the most part, yes. And people say, but Mike, that's not fair. It's not nice. Again, I don't care if it's nice. That's an emotional statement. That's a feeling. The world doesn't work on feelings. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's nice or not. Now, as a function of power, has it worked? Well, the world's still existing. Technology's improving. Things are advancing. And first world nations live pretty damn comfortable lives. Yeah, it's working. For the first world, possibly second world nations. Third world nations, not so much. No one cared about them in the first place. Let's be honest. Let's just be honest. The average, more than the average American has no idea what's going on in the Congo right now. Most people, if I start talking about Burkina Faso and why they had a civil war, most people don't even know Burkina Faso exists. Even more people, even among the people who know it exists, most of them don't know that it has civil war. They don't know when it started. They don't know whether it ended or not. They don't even know who's involved, let alone how did that start, which I do know. Because that came from Obama, that came from Biden. It has to do with ISIS and the Afghanistan and the prison there, and who got released and when, and where did they go. But people don't know. Why? You don't care. We care when it comes up in the news and it's a political statement for or against somebody. When news media, the major news media, and many of the independents say, we need to focus on this right now until, the 3-day news cycle ends and then we move on to the next thing. No one cares. Let's just be honest. Third world nations, no one cares. Second world nations, most of the time, no one cares. Not in the first world. It's just the reality of the world. Is it nice? No. But politics isn't about nice. That's not politics. All right, let me go on. Let's see here. Philip says, Pakistan is willing to sell their bomb to the Saudis. Kind of. I mean, if they really wanted to do it, they would have already done it. The Saudis don't really want a nuclear. They want people to know they could get a nuclear weapon, because lots of people could. I mean, for a long time, after the Soviet Union collapsed, you could buy a nuclear weapon for $12 million. It was a known fact that you could buy from some of the former Soviet nations like Kazakhstan. They were selling nuclear weapons, about $12 million each. It's not hard to get a nuclear weapon. The question isn't can you get it? It's can you keep it? And what is everyone else going to do once you get it? Saudi Arabia gets a nuclear weapon, there are going to be consequences, economic and in terms of military. There are going to be a lot of severe and very immediate responses from everyone surrounding them in the Middle East and first world nations. They don't want it. They just want you to know that they could, if they really wanted to, they could buy one at a drop of a hat. But they don't actually want to have it, because it's more of a headache to actually own it than not. They just want to have that threat out there that they could, They could, and then they could use it. And isn't that a bad threat? Ooh, that'll keep you scared. Okay, don't push us. That's what they want. So, just a way to look at it. Phil goes, poor Mike, he's getting Larry's hippie audience. The peacenik audience. Look, I don't mind. The questions that you guys have are questions that most people have across the internet, across the world. Not everyone's willing to ask them. Not everyone's willing to challenge someone because, I sound authoritarian. To a lot of people, I'm intimidating. I sound very authoritative and therefore, to some people, authoritarian. And they're afraid to ask questions, some people, and they're not willing to challenge my knowledge. That's okay. I don't mind it. A lot of people who watch Larry Sharpe or Hard Lens Media or are into independent news media, they ask more questions more often than people who watch CNN or MSNBC. Because you don't really get to ask anyone at CNN or MSNBC or the New York Times. You don't get to ask them questions. You just get to be told what they want you to know. So I don't mind that we're getting questions because that is more what people want to ask. They're just not used to doing it. And that is a change in culture that is coming. IC says, isn't having nuclear weapons against international law? No. By the way, international law is useless. First things first, international law is meaningless. The only time anyone in the world mentions international law is when it's to their advantage. Because the UN, international law, meaningless. Absolutely no one cares. The third world will scream about international laws on a regular basis all the damn time because they want something. And they're using the laws and their interpretation to try and get whatever it is they want. First world nations use it against each other, international law, use that against each other when it serves their benefit. But no one cares. No one cares. This is something that I've heard from Larry, from Kit Cabello at Hard Lens Media. I think Sabby Sabs has said it. Everyone on the internet, I think Dave Dave Rubin, and others have said this before. International law is meaningless. Who's going to enforce it? If it's the United States, we're the main body, we're the main force that actually enforces international law, if it's being enforced at all. If we're not enforcing, if someone's trying to say, well, in the United States, you made a violation, we're the ones who enforce the actual regulations of the UN. If we're not enforcing it, who's going to? What, Croatia? Are you serious? Do you think anyone cares? Kenya's going to enforce it? I don't think so. No one cares. No one cares. International law is a joke. Peace Logic says, when I asked Larry whether he thought Biden-Harris would have been better on this situation, hell no. Is Trump handling this better, worse, or the same? Better. Larry was thinking it would be worse with Biden-Harris. Absolutely true. You may not like the decisions that Donald Trump has made, and plenty of people don't. You may not agree. That's a feeling, though. That's a feeling. Factually, Trump is more focused. He has more of a reason, a plan, an objective, and a goal. And he has been more transparent about that than Biden and Harris ever have been. We saw the impact in the direction of the Biden-Harris administration in terms of international politics, Afghanistan, Sudan, Ukraine. Those are examples. Haiti. These are examples of the Biden policies on an international level. It's abysmal. It's abject. Part of the reason why Burkina Faso and many other Central African nations, including the Sudan, are having civil wars again and are in the middle of fighting again is because of Joe Biden. Part of the reason why we see that Iran has about between 4,000 to 8,000 missiles is because of Obama and Biden. And they did nothing to stop it. In fact, Biden, again, he was reducing the sanctions, 36 sanctions. He was helping Iran to get the money and the materials they needed to make more missiles. So under the 4 years of Biden and Harris, Iran was able to make more missiles than they were in the prior 4 years. That makes a big difference. So no, Biden-Harris, absolutely worse. Absolutely worse. They had no focus, no plan. Their only goal was to get to the next election and to be able to win. And if they were able to allow Iran to run ramshot across the entire Middle East, and that if Biden-Harris would look good so they could win the next election, they would have gone with that. They did not care. They had no plan. Phil says that international law is kind of a joke. I already said, yes, I agree with that. IC says, I guess China distrusts Iran so much that they built a railway from China to Iran. No, actually, they built the railroad because of economics. It has nothing to do with trust. It's about money. China needs oil and gas. And China, if you're talking about philosophically, they hate each other. If you're talking about in terms of politics, they hate each other. Russia, China, and Iran hate each other. If it were not for the fact that they are unified against the West, they would be fighting against each other because they have traditionally and consistently, they fight against each other all the damn time. They don't like each other at all. They don't trust each other at all. But they will work together against a common enemy, that would be the United States and the West. That is a bigger problem for them than each other. And if we were not in the way, they'd be blasting each other on a regular basis. So yeah, why is there a railroad from China to Iran? Because China wants oil. That's why. And China trades the oil for drones and missile technology and whatever else Iran needs that they can't get because they have a sanction against them. Same reason why China's trading with Russia to get oil and gas. And some of the other resources, because Russia has tons of resources and China needs them. And China gives Russia all those things. Remember, the sanctions that have been on since the start of the Ukraine war. Gee, how did Russia's economy maintain so well? China. They use China and they use Iran to be able to buy and get the things that they couldn't get from the international markets. But they don't like each other. They hate each other. So it's not a big thing. That's not a surprise. Do I think that Mike has bad knees? Do I think that the Ayatollah is suicidal? No. No, I don't think he is. I think he's also very sure that if he dies, he'll go to heaven. And I think he is absolutely sure that if he dies under questionable circumstances, he'd be a martyr. But he wants to live as long as he can. I think so. But he also thinks that he should spread his... I think he is a believer. He believes in his brand of fanatical Islamist ideology. He's a believer. That's why he does the things that he does. And I don't put a lot of things past or ignore a lot of things that fanatics do. Doesn't mean I agree with it. So you don't have to be suicidal to convince someone else to be a suicide bomber. The Ayatollah isn't he's not suicidal, but he's more than happy to have suicide bombers do what he wants. So there's that. Grace says, India got Dukes in 74, Pakistan got them in 98. Yeah. Jan is with us, Jan Rains. Jan says, what people seem to forget is that the Democrats put us in this position. Hillary supplied uranium. Obama gave $1.7 billion, and Biden unfroze over $16 billion. Yes, these are true things. Let me see here. Thank you, Jan. I'm glad you're with us as well. By the way, folks, please do not forget you can like, share, and subscribe. I'm taking the time to take questions, to answer your thoughts about all of this, to help you be informed. Whether you agree or not is up to you. At least you're getting provided information. You're able to have the conversation that ABC and NBC will not have with you. The CNN and MSNBC, they will not talk to you. The New York Times, the Huffington Post, they will not talk to you. They will tell you what to believe. They will tell you how to feel, but they won't have a conversation with you. Whether you will like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, I'm willing to have a conversation with you. I'm willing to provide you the information and inform you and to give you the reason why I come to the conclusions I come to. Whether you agree with that or not is up to you. But you know what? There is no one else in the mainstream news media that's going to do this. They're not going to take the time. They are going to give you the message and tell you obey, and that's it. I at least will have the conversation with you. I will tell you why I believe the things I believe, and I will explain what I believe the consequences are. If you disagree with it, that's fine. That's up to you. But you can't say then, no one ever told you. I am telling you. I am providing you the sources. I'm letting you see and understand what's going on. Isn't that worth a like? Isn't that worth sharing so other people can do the same thing? Hell, please subscribe so that we can have more people asking more questions and I can have more shows answering those questions, providing more sources, more details that the rest of the mainstream media don't care about. It's the same thing as if when I was talking about first world nations versus third world nations. Same thing in terms of news media. The mainstream media doesn't care what you think. They're going to tell you what to think and you better obey. I'm here with the independents. I care what you think. I care what you decide. Isn't that worth subscribing? If you've been here for more than 5 minutes, subscribe. It costs you nothing. If you really want to, you can join the Patreon, or you can join the. You can go over to PayPal and make a donation, or you could just simply hit the like button, or maybe even do a super chat or a Rumble rant. That's up to you. All right, let me go back. Phil says, might makes right. Kind of. Yes, that's not completely wrong. And again, people will say it's unpleasant, that's not freedom, that's not democracy. It's just a reality of the world. To an extent, that is a reality of the world. We have laws to mitigate and to soften might makes right. But that is, since long before, that's always been part of human history. And to an extent, that exists today. It never goes away because it's not wrong. It's not entirely wrong. It's not necessarily the best way to do things, but it's not entirely wrong. Icy says, even before the bombs were dropped, half of MAGA was speaking out against actions against Iran. Depends on the poll and depends on the way you ask the question. Because I can show you polls that will say that there was 60, 70% support. And I will tell you right now, Donald Trump, depending on how you ask the polling question, next week he's going to have a 10-point boost in most of his polls, most of his approval ratings. Why? Because not one American died. Because we got in, attacked a military facility, and got out. No one died. Yeah, that's going to, because Americans don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Period. Full stop. Democrats, independents, you name it. The overwhelming majority of Americans don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do not trust Iran with nuclear weapons. And we just took out those nuclear weapons. Trump's getting a boost. He's going to have more approval than disapproval next week. Probably a 10-point boost. Clip this, save it, share it with your friends. I'm telling you the prediction. We're going to see a boost, a bump for Trump. And it all depends on how you ask the question and who you ask the question of. So you want to tell me, oh, but half of MAGA hated. We're not putting boots on the ground. Okay, here's another thing. In 3 seconds, I want people to clip this so you can save it for yourself or share it with anyone else. 1, 2, 3. I do not agree with any war where American troops put their boots on the ground, fight and bleed and die, unless we are willing to take that land. Let me be very clear about that. And you can go back to Vietnam and everything since. If Americans are fighting, then we control it. We own it. You want to call it conquering, you want to call it empire building, call it whatever you want. If it's worth Americans fighting, then we own it if we win. Period. Full stop. Done. If we are not willing to own whatever we fight over, then we should not send troops. Do I agree with that ideology and put it into Iran? If we're not willing to own Iran, then we don't send American troops to Iran. Full stop. Done. We've accomplished what we wanted. We've taken out their nuclear capabilities. Full stop. Done. We can protect ourselves. If they send the Houthis to try and attack our ships in the Red Sea like they were doing for 18 months under the Biden-Harris administration, we will protect our ships and the trade route. Same thing for the Straits of Hormuz. And now Iran is saying, well, we'll just block that off. We will protect our ships, our civilian ships and our military ships. Absolutely. That doesn't mean boots on the ground. That doesn't mean we actively are going to war in Iran. That's fine. Understand that. But if we, and for anyone, I don't care what president's in office, if they want to put boots on the ground, we own it. I said this about Iraq. I said this about Afghanistan. I have said this in every conflict that we've had while I've been alive. No Americans should have their boots on the ground, bleed and fight and die for anything that we are not willing to take. We go to Afghanistan, we should own Afghanistan right now. We should own Iraq right now. They should be using dollars, have the American Constitution as the law of their land. They are commonwealths like Puerto Rico or Samoa, and they would be more stable, more educated, more free, and better countries if we did that. But we won't. Because Democrats and colleges and the leftists are like, oh, but that's colonizing. You're being a colonizer. I don't care. I don't care. I honestly, absolutely do not care. If we're talking about global stability, which requires us to fight to make sure that those colleges, those leftists, not only in the United States, but in France and in Germany and in England and in Canada, so that they can have the ability to go, you're such a colonizer. You know what? If we didn't fight and die for that, you wouldn't be able to say that. Be thankful that we live and die so that you can go around going, sipping on your Starbucks coffee, which is like what, $7, $10 a cup, with your blue jeans that cost what, $50, $100, a pair of sneakers that cost $100, with an iPad that costs what, $1,000, $2,000, with an iPhone that costs what, $200? You entitled twits. Shut up. Anyway, let me go on. Philip says, absolutely, I think a lot of Muslims in Michigan were hoping he would be less belligerent than corrupt officer Kamala Harris. I don't think Donald Trump is belligerent. I think that Donald Trump he's been very transparent. He never lied to the American people. He always said no nukes, that he would prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons, period, full stop. He didn't say when they get a nuclear weapon, we'll stop them, or when they're about to get a nuclear weapon, he'll stop them, or anything like that. He said no nukes, no capability for nukes. It's not an option. He never lied to us. And he didn't say, oh, let's drop troops in Iran so that we can occupy Iran. He doesn't do that. He said, here's the bomber, we took it out. Done. Gone. No troops. Where's the lie? Oh, the news media wants you to feel like it's a lie. They want you to feel like this is bigger and worse than it is. Not to say that it's not important, not to say there aren't consequences, but they want you to feel like that. Why? Because they want to win the 2026 elections, if not 2028. Because they have a partisan agenda for Democrats and the left. Because they say Orange Man bad. And everything is Orange Man bad. It's ridiculous. Grace says, not that I care, but what is the UN saying about Operation Midnight Hammer? I'm going to get to that in a little bit. There's some world reactions we've seen so far. Okay, I'm going to stop with the comments for a little while to catch up to what I was doing before. But I love the interaction. I love the interaction, folks. Please share this. Share this. And if you get the chance, do a super chat somewhere. I would appreciate it. Or join the Patreon or subscribe, or just subscribe. All right. So I think this is kind of important. Van Jones. Wow, 3 hours already. Van Jones came out and he said, and for those who are saying, oh, but Mike, you just don't understand. It's the left. This is important. And, Orange Man bad and, war. The left is perfectly happy with this. The Democrats, most of the left, whether you're a progressive or a Democrat or a liberal, however you want to define yourself, most agree, like most Americans, no nukes for Iran. And people go, but Mike, but Van Jones, who was one of Obama's appointees, a self-professed communist. He's absolutely a progressive, absolutely left-leaning. He was on CNN. This is what he had to say.
He's buying himself some time in some room. I was also in the Holy Land very recently. I think progressives underestimate how dangerous Iran is. Iran is not a normal country. Normal countries don't blind women because they showed some hair. They don't empower little gangs and proxies to surround a country and fire rockets and rape people. So Iran, the two things are clear. The what, they cannot have a bomb, and the why, because they say death to America, death to Israel, and death to all the Jews.
By the way, saying that and actively making sure there is death to all those things is not, it's not just that they say it. They're also funding global terrorism to make it happen. They are committing acts of indirectly, but definitely fortifying acts of killing Americans. Death to America, death to Israel, death to anyone who doesn't believe what the Ayatollah believes. So it's not just they say it, they're actually doing it too.
One of those should offend you if you're progressive. At least one should offend you. And so the question, though, is the who and the how. Is Israel going to take out this nuclear capacity by dropping people there who blow it up? Or is America going to take it out by dropping a bomb that blows it up? But the what and the why are clear, and I think progressives should get on board with that. We cannot have a nuclear-armed Iran. I was in the region. You were in the region.
So that's pretty simple. Pretty simple there, that Van Jones, a communist, a leftist, progressive, however you want to word it, he calls himself a communist, member of the Obama administration, massive supporter of the Biden administration, agrees with me, which is probably like the only time in his life he's ever agreed with anything I have to say. It tells you something there. It says something. All right, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours and 45 minutes. Oh, God. And look, it's the puppy. Hi. How you doing? Want to say hello? This is Khan. Khan is 14. He was not feeling well this week. Last couple days. He's been feeling pretty bad. He's 14 years old, and it's about time to take him out, which means I need to take a quick break, about 45 minutes. Bear with me. So let me find I should have prepared this, but I was so interested in the conversation, I didn't bother to stop to think of, hey, Mike, what are you going to play for people when the break comes? So we need about 45 minutes. Bear with me. I'm going to find a video that would be appropriate. No. Bear with. What? No. How about this? Bear with me. I'm trying to find something for you guys. So while I'm away for 45 minutes, you'll be able to have something to keep your attention. And I should have it shortly. Give me just a moment. Okay, here it goes. So this is about, I'm going to play you a quick clip about the last 6 years of Iran. Hello. Okay. Here it is. So I'm going to play this for the break while I'm gone. This is the 6 years and 3 presidents of the Iran nuclear deal. I published this back in 2021. So that'll give you some idea of that. And you guys can just watch that. Oops, there we go. And tell me, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. So it's let's call it 5:30 now, 6:15. We'll be back at 6:15. All right. Okay, and so let me play this, and I will be back shortly. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Boss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, as we're going to be speaking about something rather important. The security of the United States, the safety of Europe, and of course, the status of our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel. Yes, in other words, I want to talk about the Iran nuclear deal. Something that is ongoing as we speak. Negotiations are happening right now. And this has been something that's been going on for more than 6 years. And the question is this in the best interest of the United States and the world? Will this create more peace? Well, we're going to take a look at that to give you an honest and realistic look at this that the mainstream media really wants to avoid even trying to discuss. But before we get started, we do want to mention that if this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for joining us. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out to hear your chats, your tweets, even your phone calls from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. We reach out because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to speak. It is unalienable. And that is something that belongs to everyone in the world, regardless of what your government may think, what the internet overlords may think. You have a right to speak, and we want to hear your voice. And so we hope you will join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to share your voice with us about these important issues. We look forward to it. Now, to address the issue for today and the conversation that isn't happening, the conversation that really needs to happen, which is the Iran nuclear deal. This is something that was going on since 2013, but most importantly, in the last 6 years, with 3 separate presidents, that's President Obama, President Trump, and the Biden administration, we have seen this deal take different outlooks, different promises to the American public, and different reporting on what it is actually accomplishing. And this is going to be important for 2022, not just for the United States, but also for our greatest ally in the Middle East, our only ally in the Middle East, Israel, It's going to be very important for Europe and looking at our allies there, both because of immigration and also because of safety concerns. So let's try and understand what is actually happened with the Iran nuclear deal and what will happen with it going forward. To do that, let's start off, first of all, by taking a step back in time, because the major mainstream media is guaranteed, they are hoping and praying you don't remember. So let's take a look back, because we do remember. In fact, we recall that we were speaking about this in April 21st of 2015. The Obama administration on April 2nd, 2015, announced that they had come to an agreement with Iran, and that agreement would take force on June 30th of 2015. This was the Iran nuclear deal. It encompassed a couple of different things. Iran would promise not to make a nuclear weapon, something that they have been developing and working on for decades, and that they would stop the production or the research into creating a nuclear weapon. And in exchange for that one concession, the United States would remove all sanctions on Israel. That's $450 billion worth of sanctions that were preventing Iran from being able to expand global terror and to commit more oppression on its own people at the time. So we saw that in November of 2013, it's very important to understand that as these discussions were going on, before the deal was made, in the discussions about the deal, on November 13th, the then Iranian president Hassan Rouhani said, "Let anyone make his own reading, but this right is clearly stated in the text of the agreement that Iran can continue its enrichment. And I announce to our people that our enrichment activities will continue as before." In 2013, while there was negotiations for the Iran nuclear deal, Iran made it absolutely clear they plan to continue to to be able to create nuclear weapons. Nothing was going to stop them. They went on to say in 2015, under the Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif, a name you will hear again in this conversation today, he stated, "We will continue enriching, we will continue research and development." So even as the Obama administration in 2015 were taking a bow and making the claim that they had made the Iran nuclear deal and that there would be more global peace, we had Iran saying, "No, we're still going to make a nuclear weapon. We're still going to go forward. We're just taking the money from the United States." That's got to be troubling to people. It should also be troubling to also understand when we look at North Korea, in which many of the same kinds of deals were made, and yet what happened there? It was in 1985 that North Korea joined the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. In 1994, North Korea signed the agreed framework in Geneva. In 1998, North Korea conducted long-range missile tests. And by 2002, North Korea admitted they had violated the Geneva framework and secretly enriched uranium. It was followed up in a year later, in 2013, North Korea claimed to be a nuclear power at that time. All of that happened after multiple rounds of talks with many nations involved, inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency, serious violations of all the agreements that were made with various nations, including the United States. And the world was watching North Korea while all of this was happening. These are the very same things we are being promised with Iran, that we will watch them very carefully, that the International Atomic Energy Agency will do inspections and keep an eye on what they're doing, and that we have many talks involved to guarantee that Iran won't cheat. And yet none of that stopped North Korea. And we have no reason to believe that any of this would stop Iran, even as Iran in 2013 and 2015, and since that time, have told us they will make a nuclear bomb. They are not going to stop. They have never, ever said that they won't make a nuclear weapon. That's important to understand. Now, in 2016, something else that was very important was stated. Only 6 months after the deal had been signed and was in effect, and the United States was releasing $450 billion to Iran. About $150 billion in cash was delivered in planes to Iran for this nuclear deal. And it was in January of 2016 that then Secretary John Kerry admitted and stated on CNBC the following statement, quote, "I think that some of it will end up in the hands of the IRGC or other entities, some of which are labeled terrorists." He's speaking specifically about the provision to provide over $150 billion in funds that were frozen by international banks that sanctions have prevented Iran from being able to touch. Over $150 billion we're speaking there. And the IRGC is Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is identified by multiple nations as a terrorist organization, that they train and enable terrorism on a global scale. And John Kerry has just admitted in January of 2016 to CNBC and the world that the United States has just funded global terror, that we have enabled more global terror through Iran because of the Iran nuclear deal. That flies in the face of what we have been told would be its number one provision, to create more peace in the world. And it's so bad that the then CIA director, John Brennan, in speaking about the Iran nuclear deal, had to state, quote, "Kerry and crew left a loophole a mile wide when they effectively allowed Iran to conduct all the illicit work it wants outside of Iran in countries like North Korea or perhaps Sudan." So the director of the CIA, in looking at what the Iran nuclear deal actually did, not the promises, not what was being promoted by the mainstream media, but looking at the actual factual results, in only 6 months was able to say that this deal enabled more terror in the world. It created more problems than it not existing. That has to be troubling, especially when we then look in 2016, June of 2016, Hezbollah and its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, stated, quote, "We are open about the facts that Hezbollah's budget, its income, its expenses, everything it eats and drinks, its weapons and rockets are from the Islamic Republic of Iran." So again, we are being told by another international terrorist organization that they are being funded by Iran. And Iran has just received $150 billion from the United States because of the sanctions that were lifted. And we have been told by the CIA and the then Secretary of State under the Obama administration that terrorism would increase because of the Iran nuclear deal. These are incredibly important facts that we have to look at. We have been told by our intelligence agencies, by individuals in charge of our state government, that individuals around the world are knowing that Iran has been able to increase the net global terror in the world. Terrorism increased because of the Iran nuclear deal. This is a reality. This isn't our guess. This isn't a supposition. This is factual. This happened in our past. This was the result of the Iran nuclear deal. It is a reality that we all have to understand. It is something that the mainstream media never wants to tell you and have always avoided, but it is the facts. We are quoting from the mainstream news media and these international terrorist organizations. So that's the reality. I understand what the hope was, but that's the reality of what is the Iran nuclear deal. It is an increase in global terror with no guarantee of stopping Iran from creating a nuclear weapon, which they are dead set in doing because they want to destroy all of America. They want to destroy all of Israel, and they want to destroy any nation and any country that does not believe exactly what the Ayatollah tells them to believe. These are facts. They are indisputable and they are irrefutable. Now, in 2018, there was a change in our government, of course, after the 2016 presidential election. President Trump, a long-term opponent of the Iran nuclear deal, stepped forward and he made a decision. He decided to take the United States out of the Iran nuclear deal. As reported by the BBC in May 9th of 2018, Trump pulls out of the Iran nuclear deal. He's breaking with the U.S. allies. And Trump stated that the deal only limited Iran's nuclear activities for a fixed period. This is true. That the deal had failed to stop the development of ballistic missiles. This is true. And had handed Iran $100 billion, actually more, that it used as a slush fund for weapons, terror, and oppression across the Middle East. This is true. So, just looking at this, the deal was a short-term effort. It was a stopgap measure to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, which Iran did not accept as part of the terms of the deal. Not in 2013, not in 2015, not even after President Obama went on international news media and said that Iran was now stopped from getting a nuclear weapon, and Iran turned around and said, no, that's not true, and that they were going to make a nuclear weapon even with the deal in place. As bad as that is, it also allowed Iran to do the second most important thing that endangers the national security of nations around the world. The Iran nuclear deal allowed Iran to be able to make ballistic missiles, otherwise known as ICBMs, or you may have heard them called intercontinental ballistic missiles. That is how we, the United States and Russia and China, are able to threaten each other with nuclear weapons. It is a missile that is able to be launched from one continent, one country, and to reach the other side of the world. With the capability of having an ICBM, then it is possible for Iran to threaten New York City, or Los Angeles, or Chicago, or Miami, or any other place in the world. And that is absolutely allowed under the Iran nuclear deal, that Iran is able to develop a ballistic missile that would then be able to threaten every nation in the world. And they were funded, with the sanctions being released, they were able to fund that research, which is an essential element. Because even if they knew how to make a nuclear bomb, they wouldn't be able to get it anywhere in the world unless they had a missile to be able to deliver it. That's the thing that's important. It's a two-part package. Yes, they have to be able to make nuclear weapons, but they also have to be able to deliver that weapon, that bomb, to somewhere in the world to be a threat. And the Iran nuclear deal gave them that opportunity and funded global terror at the same time to distract the world. Again, these are facts. This is history. This is confirmed. BBC, CNN, the New York Times. These aren't things we're guessing about. These are things that were happening in our recent past. So we had something that we wanted to say about that. we want to discuss this with you. And in fact, in May of 2018, we did have an audio podcast in which we were discussing the Iran nuclear deal and a decision by President Trump to take America out of that and to re-engage, to restart the sanctions that prevented global terror around the world. And this is what we had to say at the time.
But I have yet to see where we have a reason why we would want to be involved in this deal, because it's just not good for us. There's no positive there. When we have the Prime Minister of Iran, we have the Ayatollah of Iran saying death to America, that they want to kill us, that they're going to go forward with their nuclear weapons program, that the Iran nuclear deal didn't prevent them from being able to move forward with the nuclear weapons. Why in the world are we going to be in that deal? What benefit does it have to us? I mean, John Kerry's going over to save the deal for what? The Iranians themselves are saying that they believe that that deal allows them to kill Americans. Okay, I think I wrote that up on it was my article on July 26th of 2015. That that this is a skeptical deal. We have to be skeptical. There is nothing positive about it. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the time in 2015 had mentioned that he thought that the Iran deal has two paths to the bomb. One, if they keep the deal, the other, if they cheat on the deal. And it's always important to understand, Iran has lied to us many times. They're moving this forward every time. They're continuing to move forward with nuclear weapons. We've seen nothing that stopped them. And the nuclear deal did not prevent it. I mean, it left them with centrifuges. It allowed them to work on being able to have missiles that are capable of hitting Europe, Israel, and America. That's what they're developing. And we want to keep that deal for what reason? I mean, seriously, folks, where is the benefit here?
So even in 2018, we were asking the question, where is the benefit? And that's a very important question because we never saw a benefit, not under the Obama administration, not under the Trump administration. We saw an increase in global terror. We saw more people die. We saw that the United States was funding this. We saw that Iran continued to state that they wanted to destroy America. They wanted to destroy Israel. They wanted to kill anyone who did not believe what the Ayatollah believed. That's a problem. And that's something that never changed. But yet we were told by the Obama administration, by progressives and by Democrats, that we need to re-engage in the Iran nuclear deal. That for some reason, this would be a benefit to the United States, even though we factually saw it provided no benefit and no assurance of safety going forward. It was appeasement. That is true. It was an appeasement. It did appease and appeal to Iran. It gave them something to look forward to, but it gave no assurance of safety. And in fact, we wanted to speak about it more. And in May of 2019, we decided to speak about it a little bit more.
In fact, socialism and communism are responsible for more deaths in the world in the 20th century than any other cause combined. In terms of war, in terms of nuclear bombs, in terms of, you put it all together, more people have died at the hands of socialist and communist governments than every other form of government and every other war that's out there. And yet we're seeing more Americans say that that's a great idea. And you know who's happy to hear that? You know who's looking forward to that? Iran. Iran is happy about that. Because as we see in the news, reported on the 22nd, yesterday, May 22nd, by Reuters, Iran youth, the article's title is Iran Youth Will Witness the Demise of Israel, American Civilization. This comes from the Ayatollah of Iran. So here's a problem. Here's a big, big problem. Iran wants to kill America. Iran, who believe, along with Mr. Lind, John Lind, and the Taliban, and the Al-Qaeda, and ISIS, believe that Americans having freedom is evil, and therefore you need to be killed. Notice I didn't say that Republicans or conservatives are evil, not libertarians are evil. No, 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 no. They said Americans. So that means progressives. That means liberals. That means Democrats. They want to kill us all. They don't see a separation. They don't see a division. They don't agree with the political differences. They see us all as Americans, period. Stop. And that we all deserve the same death penalty. That is what they believe. That doesn't come from a political ideology. And just because you may be a kind-hearted liberal progressive and think that, you know, there should be a hierarchy of the micro categories and that people who happen to be transgender are more important than people who happen to be white or male or straight or some combination of those things. No, they don't care about that. They would kill. Iran actively and repeatedly and consistently kills transgenders, gays, and people that they don't agree with, whether you happen to be male or female, especially women. They believe in raping them, killing them. This is what their government does.
And think about that. In 2019, we had the Ayatollah of Iran saying death to America, that they want to kill Americans, that the youth of Iran in 2019 will grow up to see the death of the United States and, of course, Israel as well. And I doubt that our allies in Europe, whether it be France, Germany, any of the European nations, the United Kingdom, I doubt they would be left as safe. Once the United States is out of the way, once Israel has been removed from the face of the earth, I don't think that the Iran would stop. And this is what they told their youth. This is the program that they are giving to the next generations of Iranians. And once again, they have confirmed that they are looking to find a means to eliminate entire countries. And it has no difference on what your political preference may be. In watching this right now, as we recap history that has actually happened, as we recap this history where we have seen consistently in 2013, 2015, 2019, we have heard Iran say they will make a nuclear weapon, they will kill Americans, they do not make a differentiation on your political preference. If you are a progressive, you are as much of a threat to Iran as a Republican or a libertarian. They don't see a difference because you believe in people being free. In fact, I would be more fearful for the more socialist-leaning Americans, those who believe in socialism, because Iran absolutely disagrees with transgenders. It absolutely disagrees with the rights of gays. It disagrees with the rights of women to be able to drive, to be able to read, to be able to have positions of power. The things that we know, we keep hearing from the progressives are their mainstays. These are the things that they go to on a regular basis, that this is how they appeal on an emotional level to American people and around the world. And Iran despises every aspect of that. And that's one of the reasons they want to kill every single American. So it's not about your political beliefs. That isn't going to spare you. And this situation gets worse by the minute as we understand the history and what that's going to lead to in our future. Let's take a look at what we see with what has happened. Going to May 28th, just a few days after Iran had promised its youth that they would live to see America being destroyed, we then had, on May 28th of 2019, we had this from Senator Dianne Feinstein. Senator Dianne Feinstein was identified as being in contact with Javad Zarif. And again, who is that? Javad Zarif is the individual, here it is, from 2016, who is the foreign minister of Iran, who said that Iran would continue to enrich nuclear materials and that they would research and develop a nuclear weapon no matter what the Iran nuclear deal said. And Senator Dianne Feinstein was speaking with him. And this is what this entailed. Dianne Feinstein was reached by Iran via Zarif, and they started having comments. Now, the interesting thing here is when Dianne Feinstein's communications director was asked about it, he says he can't comment on who the senator does or does not speak with. Actually, he can. He is the communications director. He would know if she's speaking with Iran. And we see that Dianne Feinstein later in the day came out and mentioned, as I quote, "A war isn't necessary to solve a problem when both sides want a solution. I urge Secretary Pompeo to reach out to the foreign minister Javed Zarif, who I know doesn't want to see conflict with the United States." So essentially, Senator Tom Cotton comes out and he makes a comment that the United States, he supports President Trump and he wants Iran to back down. That their ambitions with the nuclear weapons, which were not prevented by the Iran nuclear deal, and more importantly, the missile development to create an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, which is the weapon necessary to get a bomb from Iran into the United States. That is their number one effort because they can create a nuclear weapon in less than a year. The question is, that isn't the problem for Iran. The question and problem for Iran is getting that nuclear weapon to the United States. They don't have a missile that could do that. The Iran nuclear deal did not prevent them from developing a missile that could bring that nuclear weapon to the United States and therefore threaten us. That is what is critical to know about the Iran nuclear deal. It allows them to create intercontinental ballistic missiles, which is the problem. That's the big deal. So we see that Senator Cotton takes a position along with President Trump on a strong defense of the United States. Iran reaches out, presumably reaches out to Dianne Feinstein, or Senator Feinstein reached out to Iran. It's unclear which way that happened. And in response, and says, "Hey, how do you feel about this? What's going on?" And their response from Iran is, "Oh, we don't want to have a war." They've always said they don't want to have a war. They've also always said that they want to kill every single American, Democrat, liberal, progressive, or anyone else. They want to kill all of America, period. Our existence is a bane to them in general. So she comes out, and now she is now taking, by this statement on May 16th, Dianne Feinstein is now taking the position of Iran. She is being the mouthpiece for the Ayatollah of Iran. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine this history, which some people may not be familiar with? This is history. This happened. A United States senator was engaging in international discussions, diplomacy, policy, international policy, with a foreign leader, representatives of a foreign nation, and was trying to negotiate on their behalf. Dianne Feinstein is advocating for the best interest of Iran, not the United States, not the state of California, but for Iran and the Ayatollah of Iran, a nation that has said consistently that they want to destroy America, all Americans, of every political faction and every religious belief and every sexual preference you could possibly imagine. And she did this behind the backs of the Trump administration. Well, why in the world would she do that? And how does that help America? How does that create more peace? Because Iran says, well, we're not going to be at war. No, they don't want a war. They want an eradication. It's called a jihad. They want to remove the existence of the American people and the Israeli people and probably all of Europe as well. And yet we have Senator Dianne Feinstein, who couldn't bother to take the time to look back to 2016 and see that the very same person she was talking to, the very same person who's telling her, no, we want to be peaceful, is the very same person who said, oh, we're going to make a nuclear bomb. Are you kidding me? And this is what the Democratic Party has been advocating for. This is what they have been pushing forward. In 2013, 2015, 16, 19, they are continuously saying, well, we will get peace. We need to appease Iran. We need to make a deal with Iran. We have to be friendly with Iran, as Iran has consistently said to their face internationally, oh, and we want to kill you. We want to kill each and every one of you. Give us the money, give us the ability to increase global terror and to kill you, to make ballistic missiles so that we can kill you. This is the Iran nuclear deal. This is the environment that the Iran nuclear deal was created under. And then in 2020, we continue to talk about this issue.
Now, we know this is something that's happened before under President Obama. I think it was 2015 with the Green Movement during the Arab Spring. And at that time, President Obama ignored them completely. The movement failed, and we have
The Ayatollah has decided that the answer by actually addressing the fact that there are Iranians who want democracy and not the global terror that is, and when I say global terror, supporters of global terror that Iran has done.
Can you imagine that? Because we can. And again, this is history. This is from January of 2020, before the world became highly distracted. So we know. And again, going back in time, 2015, what was the United States, when the United States was trying to put together the Iran nuclear deal, President Obama willfully ignored the moderate movement in Iran, those people who were looking for freedom. Just like we have seen the Obama administration and the Biden administration completely ignore the people in Hong Kong that were asking for freedom. They were asking for democracy. They were trying to break away from the oppressive communist rule of China. And now we have President Obama failed. President Trump succeeded. He pushed back against Iran. He forced the Ayatollah to not be able to, he caused the Ayatollah and Iran to not be able to expand on the global terror that they wanted to increase. And he pushed back their ability to create ballistic missiles. This is a positive for the world, and it encouraged the Democrats, the moderates in Iran, to seek democracy. So that's a benefit. So in not having the Iran nuclear deal, we encouraged more Iranians to try and seek democracy. We diminished the ability of Iran to spread global terror, and we endangered the oppressive rule of the Iranian government because we weren't part of the Iran nuclear deal, and we weren't allowing them to tap into hundreds of billions of dollars that was being used to fund global terror and to kill women and children around the world. You would think that would be a good reason. We now have a historical basis. We saw what happened under the Obama administration with the deal. We saw what happened under President Trump without the deal. And we had the opportunity, but we knew that there were problems. There were people like Senator Dianne Feinstein that were working with Iran against the best interest of America, that they were actually advocating for Iran against the interests of global peace because it was political. But she wasn't the only one, and God help us, she wasn't the worst. Because we then found out on April 27th of 2021 from we read this in Politico and from the New York Times, we found out about this story, which you have not heard about since. More than just a controversy, there are claims of treason that has been done. And I want to be very clear. Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska has said, people are talking about treason, and I don't throw that word around a lot. Why would anyone claim that John Kerry, a former Secretary of State of the United States, a former member of Congress, why would they claim that he is a treasonous individual? That he has betrayed the national trust and security of the United States, and by that, also the rest of the world. Well, it's been revealed by the New York Times on Sunday that the Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif said that John Kerry told him that Israel attacked Iranian assets in Syria, quote, at least 200 times, end quote. Zarif added that he was surprised that John Kerry would reveal that sensitive information to him, according to audio that the New York Times had in its possession. And this is a story that died almost immediately after it came out. We know for a fact that John Kerry, or rather we should say, it has been reported by the same Iranian foreign minister that was involved with the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration and helped to orchestrate the freeing of the release of sanctions against Iran, and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in cash for Iran. The same foreign minister that said at the same time that Iran would create a nuclear weapon because Iran wants to destroy America and it wants to destroy Israel. The same foreign minister that then went to Senator Dianne Feinstein behind the backs of the American government and used her as their advocate to try and get the Trump administration to stick with the Iran nuclear deal that had benefited Iran alone and allowed them to increase the net global terror in the world. That same foreign minister now tells us that John Kerry was voluntarily reaching out to him to give him state secrets that affected our allies in the Middle East and affected the lives of untold numbers of people. That John Kerry was there promoting, and he was there doing this to help promote the creation of the Iran nuclear deal, to bring the deal back. This is in 2021 under the Biden administration. Under the Biden administration, this is what we see. So the Democrats have gone back. They are returning to a deal, and they're trying to reignite a deal that has no benefit for the United States, that they have gone behind the backs of the United States to push this deal because it politically looks good, because appeasement sells really well in the newspapers, because it sounds like peace, but it isn't peace. Ask the British about this. Ask the people in the United Kingdom about how well appeasement actually works. But we have John Kerry committing acts of treason. We have Senator Feinstein acting in the best interest of a foreign government. Does this sound like General Miley as he calls up China to tell China whether or not the United States is going to be taking actions to aid and benefit the Chinese Communist government? Does it sound like the same thing? Because that's treason too. And this is all in the hope to be able to create an Iranian nuclear deal that doesn't protect anyone in the world. And the Iranians know it, and they know that the Biden administration is so weak. They know that the Biden administration is so desperate to get a win after the rout, the absolute embarrassment of losing to the Taliban in Afghanistan, in abandoning 450, if not several thousand Americans in the hands of the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda, after the failure of the U.S. economy, after essentially the failure of everything that the Biden administration has done and the violation of every promise that they have made, they're desperate for some kind of a win. And nothing is a better win for progressives than to hear the words peace. And Iran is using that to their advantage because since the Obama administration turned their back on the Iranian people, since the Joe Biden administration is turning its back on the Iranian people, the hardline elements of Iran have taken over and have made it impossible for Iran to become a more moderate, less deadly nation. And in fact, we know, and he is a significant hardline militant in the Iran government. And he has taken the position that it is non-negotiable in terms of Iran's ballistic missile program, and that the United States is believed to be so weak that they are stating that the U.S. is obligated to lift all oppressive sanctions against Iran. Effectively, Iran wants no hand-holding. It wants the ability to increase its terror, the reach of its terror through missiles around the world, and they want that funded by the United States for the promise that they would not build nuclear weapons, although the Ayatollah Khomeini has consistently stated in 2015, 2016, and since that Iran will continue to make nuclear weapons, and that we have seen many times for decades where Iran has made promises to the United States and the UN and then has turned around and broken those promises. So there is a new hardline leadership. The prime minister, the current and new prime minister of Iran, Mr. Raisi, an individual who is known for his attacks, his actions, his war crimes against Iranian people after the Iraq-Iran war, where he killed his own people. He is now in charge of Iran. He is the prime minister of Iran, second only to the Ayatollah. Individuals who have already said they want to see the death of America, the death of Israel, and they have no goodwill towards anyone in Europe. And this is the situation we are finding, that they have now looked at the United States, looked at the weakness, looked at the Biden administration's failure and desperation for a political win to salvage its political hopes in the 2022 midterm elections. And they're saying, great, then the United States has to lift all of the sanctions before they will even have a conversation, that they have the upper hand, that the United States is too weak to negotiate. A comment that we heard from China earlier this year. Yes, China has already said the United States is too weak to give any commands, and that the United States has to listen to other nations. We got scolded by China back in March. Now we're getting scolded by Iran, and this was just in June. And they know that they have an upper hand because the Biden administration with Kamala Harris is failing in every aspect. And they need a political win to be able to survive the 2022 midterm elections. And they are using that to try and get the sanctions. The one thing that is preventing an increase in global terror around the world, just as it did in 2016, they're sitting there saying, you have to lift all these sanctions. Joe Biden was there. He was in the Obama administration. He was all for lifting sanctions in the past. Why would Iran think that Joe Biden wouldn't do what he has already done? Why do they believe he wouldn't support what he has already supported in the past? That he has the same staff that have been pushing to be able to lift these sanctions since 2016. Why would they believe that they can't get the sanctions lifted, all for the mere promise that they won't make nuclear weapons as they declare to their people and the world that they will make a nuclear weapon and that they will kill the United States. Now, I've said all of that, 45 minutes, to bring you to today. And this is important, because in 45 minutes, you have learned over 6 years of history about what Iran is actually doing, what they have actually done, what they have actually said. And we have learned what actually happened in the Obama administration and in the Trump administration. We know for a fact when global terror increased, when it decreased, and what caused that to happen. That is, the Iran nuclear deal and the release of these sanctions increased global terror and made more people die in the world because of the Obama administration and the Iran nuclear deal. And then the Trump administration reduced that number by imposing those sanctions once again and breaking the Iran nuclear deal. This is a reality. It is factual. There is no question about that. This isn't something to be disputed. This is the history. So we are now, today, looking at Iran, and this is what we see at this moment, that on November 23rd, Iran has been using drones to go out around the world and to deliver TNT. This is the type of global terror that they commit. That when we allow the Iran nuclear deal, this is what Iran is doing behind people's backs. They are enabling Hezbollah. They are enabling the Houthis in Yemen to be able to go out and to kill individuals. And they are doing this with their funding of not only providing rockets, but also providing drones that are allowing them to make assassination attempts. In the United States, the Biden administration has reportedly rejected Israel's activities against Iran nuclear facilities, believing that such actions will be ultimately unhelpful as they will only serve to encourage Tehran to upgrade those facilities in response. Quote, and speaking from Israel, quote, there is no doubt that a diplomatic solution is preferable, but alongside that, we need to have on the table the use of force, which is diplomacy by other means. This is from Gantz of Israel. He goes on to say, sometimes the use of force and a demonstration of it is able to prevent the need for stronger use of force. I think our Biden allies for the sanctions and other actions they have taken recently on this front in order to reach our shared goal. Iran must not go nuclear. This will lead to an unmitigated spread of its terror and will even lead to an arms race in the Middle East and beyond it. And let's be very clear, when he's talking about American allies and the sanctions that they have imposed against Iran, he's speaking about the Trump administration, not the Biden administration that is currently under discussions with Iran to release those sanctions and to increase global terror while allowing Iran to create a ballistic missile to deliver a nuclear bomb to America. We have to understand that this is very clear.
There's a dragon on the wire breathing digital flames. No soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us back here at No Sound Bites Allowed. I thank you for being part of the audience. Let me make sure my audio is up. Yes, it is. Okay. So a couple of things, and I want to thank everyone who's been with us so far, and I need to answer a couple of questions. One, Peace Logic, you are correct. I do not see, when there is a Super Chat or Rumble Rant, I do not see that on the current system that I'm using, which is OBS. And their system is piss poor. I use it because you guys can see the comments while we're doing the show, and it's up on the screen for everybody, but I don't get to see when a Super Chat or a Rumble Rant comes through. I have to scroll through all of the comments to be able to see it for myself. I will be changing the format, the system that we're using, probably going to Rumble Studio starting in July, which will allow me to be able to better interact with you guys with the comments. So I apologize if you don't see me instantly react. That's because I'm not seeing it right away. As for there's a couple of comments. I want to thank John Lashcombe. John, I did see that you did a Super Chat for $9.99 just because of the algorithm, just to support the channel. John, I thank you for your support. It helps to make it possible for me to have these long-form discussions with everyone and to answer so many questions that the mainstream news media will never do. They don't want to talk to you. They want to order you. They want to command you. And I want to have a conversation with you. Even when you disagree, even if you don't like what I have to say, I want to have that conversation because that's how we improve society and how we move forward. So I want to thank John Lashcombe for his Super Chat. In addition, I also want to thank the Super Chat from Phil Vecchio, $2 US, $2 US. And Phil said, the enrichment I like is tax and spending cuts. I wish that was the only thing, to enrich all of our lives, that we could see the United States government just cut taxes. It would be so easy. And along with that, you are right. We do need to cut spending. That would reduce the amount of inflation. That would reduce the burden on every American citizen. That would stimulate the economy, not just for the U.S., but for the entire world. We spend too much. We have too big of a government, and that causes us problems. Like we saw in the review, we have so many people who are working against American interests, like the Biden administration that was just looking to maintain power for Democrats, like what we see with John Kerry, who is more than happy to share secrets of our allies and our nation with Iran to be able to get the Iran nuclear deal so that Democrats, in particular Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, would look good and they would win the midterm elections and or 2024. That's not in our best interest. The larger the government is, the more corruption occurs in our government. And that doesn't help anyone. Never has, never will. So I did want to address that. I know there's a lot of comments up there, and I appreciate all of the comments, and I do want to try and get to all of them, but I also want to address a couple of other things. Now, while we were gone, I was made aware, and I think Phil is the one who brought it up to me, that there was a... Oh, wait a minute. Bingo, there I am. There was a Cross Point church shooting in Michigan. And now this is important because Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, a very large Muslim community with individuals from the Middle East. Not to say that Muslims are bad people. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that because of the asylum policies under the Biden-Harris administration, because of the open borders that we had a lot of people from the Middle East with radical ideologies like those in Iran that entered into the United States. Do you remember that there were 8 members of ISIS from Kyrgyzstan, and yes, they were Muslims, and they came into America through the southern border, were allowed entry into the United States under the Biden-Harris administration. This was in 2023. And they were allowed to be in America for an entire year. They went straight to California, a sanctuary state, and in particular into LA, a sanctuary city within a sanctuary state, so that they could do God only knows what. Spread influence, plan and prepare cells, I don't know. But these known terrorists were in America for an entire year in California, in LA, under sanctuary, protected from deportation until the government finally figured out, oh, by the way, these are ISIS terrorists, and we have to kick them out. And then we had to search them down, and then we eventually got them kicked out of our country. How much damage did they do? We don't know. But individuals like those 8 members, and there were well over 1,000, well over about 200 known and suspected terrorists that entered America under the Biden-Harris administration just in 1 year, and that was in 2024. We know that some individuals did get in, and they have insulated themselves in many places, either in sanctuary states and sanctuary cities, like California, in LA, in New York State, in New York City, or they've gone to areas, also Chicago, Boston, but also they've gone to communities, large communities of other Muslims, where they're able to hide themselves relatively easily, and they're protected by the community, like Dearborn, Michigan. So that's why Michigan is such an important thing. And in Michigan, we see that a crazed, psychotic gunman, and I say that not because of any religious identification, but because anyone who is a mass shooter or attempts to be a mass shooter is a crazed, deranged, vile individual that should rot in hell. That's my opinion. You don't have to share it. Walked into a church in Michigan, about 25 miles away from Detroit, which is relatively close to Dearborn, Michigan, and shot people, was shooting in the church. There's no rhyme or reason for this. No rhyme or reason for this. Shot one individual in the leg, and thank God that there was a good guy with a gun. I know, we're told by Democrats this doesn't exist. We're told that there is no such thing. It's a myth that there's a good guy with a gun. We're told that the only person who can protect you are the police, and you have to wait until they show up, which means the shooter either has to run out of bullets or you have to have a miracle. Well, in this case, there was a security guard who was armed in the church, and he shot the gunman dead. Thank God. That's good news. And that saved lives. Now, if we saw that, and we've seen this in Texas, we've seen this in many places, that if people are allowed to carry a firearm, conceal carry, individuals who qualify through all of the regulations and burdens and hurdles being thrown in front of them by Democrats, that when you allow those individuals to carry their firearm, regardless of the gun zones, gun-free zones, that's what they call them, gun-free zones, which never work. A church is a gun-free zone. This guy didn't care. None of the mass shooters care. None of the gangs, they don't care. Crazy people don't care. Oh, but we have a law. Doesn't matter. Does nothing for you. So this individual, this gunman, goes in, and because there was a good guy who was armed and he was there to protect others, he went and he shot this guy and stopped him. If that wasn't the case, how many people would have been shot and killed? By the way, it is important to note that this just happened within the last 3 hours while we were doing the show. And you can see, and this is from, I will update this live right in front of you guys so you can see this for yourself. And what you can see here is that, and I want to make sure I can make this clear for everyone. Yeah. So what you can see here is Fox News is covering it. One, I believe this is ABC, WXYZ Channel 7. The Times of India, the Mirror of the U.S., the Mirror, which is a UK newspaper, but it's in the United States, the U.S. Sun, the Baptist Paper, the Post Millennial, Tampa Free Press, KMPH. You know what you're not noticing? ABC News, CNN. Where's the New York Times? Where's Huffington Post? Where's the Daily Kos? The Daily Beast? Where are these publications, the left-leaning news publications? Why aren't they covering this story? I'll tell you why they're not. Because, one, gun control doesn't work. And it never has. Never has worked. For 50 years, Democrats have been telling you, gun control will save your life. It never does. Not once. Two, this is in Michigan, which means people are suspicious, especially since what happened in Iran. And Iran, one of their most common ways of attacking the United States is through terror. Iran attacks their enemies through terror attacks, either through organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, which are all terrorist organizations. They use them, they use individuals as terrorists to attack into civilians. They always target civilians. What is Iran doing right now? Are they attacking military targets in Israel? Are they going after military bases, the government, infrastructure like energy, water, anything? No, they're going after apartment buildings. They're going after people, individual people. They are terrorizing Israel because Iran is a terrorist nation. So is it inconceivable that Iran would have activated potential terrorists that were allowed into America either because of the open border policies or the refugee policies of the Biden-Harris administration, along with 8 million other individuals and well over 1,000 known or suspected terrorists? Could they have entered the United States and been waiting? And now the Ayatollah Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, said, oh, you know what? Go after them. America just took out our nukes. Go after the American citizens, because that's what Iran does. It is not a far reach. Now, to be fair, we don't have information, at least what I've been able to see so far. We do not have information about that shooter. We know the individual was 31 years old. They won't mention, I have not seen in the coverage, and I was looking while we were away, I did not see information about the shooter's color, which generally means when the news media doesn't mention if this person was white, that means they're probably black or brown skinned. Probably. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but more often than not, if they're not mentioning color, then that's a person of color who was the shooter. They didn't mention anything about religion, which means they may not know, or this person may have been of a religion they don't want to talk about. That would most likely be Muslim. So it is possible that this was something inspired either directly because of insertion into America by Iran, or it could be because this individual is just an adamant follower and is upset with the United States for daring to try and make the world safer by removing nuclear weapons. So either one is possible. I don't know for sure. But I wanted to bring that up because, yes, there are going to be consequences from what we saw Donald Trump do. The consequences are not going to be, oh my God, well, he broke a law. He broke international law. Please stop. International law is meaningless. It's meaningless. That is not a reason. Not even close to a reason for anything. International law doesn't apply to the United States. I don't care who you are. It does not apply. It's not important. What does apply is the Constitution and the laws of the United States. And let's be very honest about that. What we know for sure is that under the War Powers Act, as used by Clinton, as used by Obama, as used by Biden, as we have seen used by Bush, both of them, I think Reagan as well, we have seen president after president has used this. And in particular, the one that gets me is, of course, President Obama, when he used the War Powers Act to justify bombing American citizens in Yemen who have not been convicted of a crime. And he said, oh, War Powers Act. He told Congress after the fact, he told Congress about it within 48 hours, but he bombed a foreign country with drones. And he did a lot of drone bombing in Pakistan all the time. That's why Obama was known as the bomber-in-chief, because he used drones everywhere. He used drones in Libya. He used drones in Pakistan. He used drones in Yemen. He was bombing people everywhere, often American citizens who had not been convicted of a crime, did not get a trial, and he just bombed them too. And he said, War Powers Act. And Democrats were like, okay, that works. And now they want to say, but Trump doesn't have the ability to drop a bomb on a foreign country. Why not? Obama was doing it all over the goddamn place. And you were perfectly happy. You were celebrating Obama being the godsend to all of politics to everyone in the world. To this day, Democrats bow down to Obama, Barack Obama, just because he's like some kind of savior. He's not. He's just a regular man and a bad politician who overreached the power of the presidency. But if you're going to tell me the rules are that Clinton, Obama, the Bushes can use the War Powers Act to drop bombs, then you can't tell me that Orange Man Bad can't do it too. You can't. People may not like that law, but that is the law, and that is how the law has been used. Telling me, but Mike, we don't like it, doesn't really matter. In addition to that, and by the way, you can look that up on Grok yourself, and you'll be able to see it. There's also, if you go over to ChatGPT, you can also look up the 2001 authorization of military forces, which has also been used by Barack Obama and other presidents, including George W. Bush, where they have used this to attack the Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, but pretty much any terrorist organization and even some non-terrorist organizations around the world since 2001. And so, yes, there is authorization. Trump did not violate the law. People may not like that, but that is the truth. And by the way, MSNBC is more than happy about this. This was from last night. MSNBC talking about this, and I'm just going to play the beginning of it here so that you guys can hear this just as well as I can, because this is MSNBC talking about this.
That just under 30 minutes here.
Well, one, it went longer than I anticipated, but there are four things that jumped out at me. One, the level of secrecy of this mission. The fact that you had planes that flew from the continental United States. From Missouri, and flew for, I think, he said 18 hours with multiple refueling in the air. The second thing, what jumped out to me was just the execution of this massive plan involving the U.S. military, seemingly in multiple theaters. You know, this decoy you were talking about went to the Pacific to take away from what was happening the other way. The other thing that jumped out at me was that when the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said no Iranian planes flew and no shots were fired at any of the U.S. military.
They're impressed. This is MSNBC. They hate Orange Man Bad. Even they are impressed by this because it was so clear what Trump was doing. John Fetterman, Senator John Fetterman, who the Democrats loved when he was a stroke victim, when he was incapable of walking, when he was incapable of talking, they elected him, said, you can't even mention his medical condition because that was, you're an ist and a phobe. Of course, even though he had a stroke, even though he can't speak, even though he can't hear or read, can't walk around, then that's not a reason not to be a senator. Just because he's incapable of doing the job, you have to have him as senator. This is what the left told you. And they loved him because he ran as a progressive. Because he said, I'm the left of center and I am disabled. Vote for me. He was the ultimate victim running for senator, and they loved him. And now that John Fetterman has more ability to speak, more ability to read, more ability to communicate, and he can walk around on his own. Now that he's no longer spending 6 months in a medical facility for depression, now that he has got his life back in order to some degree, and he's saying that he supports what Donald Trump did because it was for the safety of the United States, because it made the world a better place, because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, something that Democrats, including Chuck Schumer, up and down the line, even Adam Schiff admits Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And because John Fetterman is saying that, now the Democrats are saying he's mentally unfit to be a senator. Now they want to get him removed because he agrees with the American people. Because he isn't saying orange man bad for every single problem that exists in the universe. Because he has said, like David Hogg, that the Democrats need a purpose, a mission, and a message, and orange man bad isn't that. Especially when we're looking at what just happened. That's the Democrats for you. Now, I did mention, I think earlier I had mentioned, and I want you to see, so this is coming from, The Guardian. And the question is, well, how effective was this at the end of the day? Did Trump do anything that actually made a difference? And the Iranian Red Crescent, which is the Red Cross in Muslim countries, reported no deaths were connected to the strikes, including from radiation. I know one of the questions that I was asked earlier was, but Mike, if we strike the nuclear facilities, won't there be radiation spilling out everywhere? No, there will not. Especially because since the facilities were in a mountain, underground, we basically blew up and collapsed everything in on itself. The radiation would be sealed inside the blast, and so it would not escape out. Plus, there's the fact that with so much metal, we basically made a ball of containment to hold in that radiation. So very little radiation would actually escape outwards. And if we're looking at the facility, and we have an image here, this is what it looked like on June 20th, before the United States attacked. This is what it looks like today. And what you can see, the differences that you can see here is that we collapsed the mountain, that we had several strikes on these various facilities where uranium was being enriched by Iran to levels well above anything necessary for civilian usage, purely being uranium being enriched for weaponary uses. And so we can see it was very effective and also very pinpoint. This isn't widespread damage. This isn't random. This was very, very hyper-specific in what was being damaged and what wasn't. This is surgical. And that's something that we've heard over and over again about everyone who's looked at this. By the way, when we look at how is the world looking at this, when I say that you're going to see Donald Trump get a 10-point boost, this is from YouGov. YouGov does polling online. YouGov is notorious for being very liberal. They are left of center. in almost every question that they ask in almost every poll. And they are notorious that their polls will almost always come up with 72%. Tends to happen a lot. But one of the questions they asked is, how likely do you think it is that the U.S.'s bombing of nuclear sites in Iran will lead to a wider war between the U.S. and Iran? This was a question that was asked, actually it was asked today, the 22nd. The answer, even. We see people saying it may happen. About 60% of people. I don't think that's the correct question. I believe the question, and I think this is, who are they asking? That's the bigger question, but the big question, and I think this is where you're going to see it, do you approve or disapprove of the U.S. bombing nuclear sites in Iran? 35% say yes. 35% said no, and 19% are not sure. It gives you an idea of what the feel is. This is amongst the young and the leftists. Those are the ones who usually do YouGov polls. The question is, well, how's the rest of the world taking this? And the answer is, if you look at the answers from country after country, now, don't worry, we know Israel agrees, of course. We also know that Iran demonizes the United States. They always have anyway, so who cares about their answers? But let's look at some of the others. And I want to see the EU Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, said, Iran must never acquire a bomb. With tensions in the Middle East at a new peak, stability must be the priority and respect for international law is critical. Now is the moment for Iran to engage in a credible diplomatic solution. The negotiating table is the only place this crisis ends. She supports Donald Trump. She doesn't want to say, I support Donald Trump, I support the United States. I am happy that someone finally took out this threat to global security. She didn't want to say that. So instead, she said it this way. Iran must never acquire a bomb. Iran must come to the peace table. Iran must get serious because Iran hasn't been serious. Not for a long time. And let's see. The French foreign minister, the French who are aligned with the Chinese, who are left of center, said, France is convinced that a lasting resolution to this issue requires a negotiated solution within the framework of a non-proliferation treaty. They said nothing. They didn't say America was wrong. Didn't say we're angry with Donald Trump. Didn't say they're going to have a trade embargo against the United States. They didn't say that international law says this was illegal and you couldn't do it. EU didn't say that. France isn't saying that. France doesn't like Orange Man bad. Macron has made it very clear. Okay, let's go on. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, one of the closest allies of the United States. But Keir Starmer is a left individual. He is the leftist. He's basically the Kamala Harris of the United Kingdom. That's who's in charge as the prime minister there. What does he have to say? He doesn't like Donald Trump. He believes in Orange Man bad. He was one of the first people to try and say, we're going to take care of the Ukraine because America won't, as long as America backs us up. What does he have to say here? Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security. Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security. He's not upset with America. Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. He agrees with the United States. He agrees with Donald Trump. And the U.S. has taken action to alleviate that threat. He agrees with the United States. He's happy the United States fixed the problem he didn't have the balls to take care of. UN Secretary said, this is a dangerous escalation. A direct threat to international peace and security. There's a growing risk conflict could rapidly get out of control. He's a fearmonger. It's not. But he wants you to be afraid. The United Arab Emirates, what do the Arab nations have to say about this? This is coming from Reuters. This isn't right-leaning news. This is not a bias. I'm giving you the left opinion about this. I showed you what was being said by Van Jones. I'm showing you what the left has to say here. And the United Arab Emirates expresses its deep concern over the ongoing tension in the region and targeting of Iranian facilities. Concern. They're not denouncing the United States. They didn't say we were evil to do that. They didn't say we broke international law. They didn't say they're going to have a coalition against the United States. No, they said we have concern. It called for an immediate end to the escalation to avoid dangerous repercussions and a slide into new levels of instability. They want it to stop here. They're okay that the United States blew up the nuclear facilities because they were a threat to Saudi Arabia, as well as the rest of the world, because anyone who doesn't believe what the Ayatollah believes is threatened by Iran having a nuke, especially other Middle Eastern nations. Saudi Arabia knows that. They go on to say, the Foreign Ministry urges the United Nations and the Security Council to assume their responsibilities by working diligently to resolve chronic issues in the region. Chronic issues. That would be Iran and its hate of everyone else who isn't following the Ayatollah, which are now at stake and pose a growing threat to regional and international security and stability. Iran having a nuke is a problem. Resolve it. They're not upset with America. They're not upset that Donald Trump did this to a fellow Muslim country. No, they're not upset about this. What about Qatar? Qatar is in the region. Qatar works with terrorist organizations on a regular basis. Qatar is basically the Switzerland for all the terrorists and terrorist nations out there. What do they say? The state of Qatar regrets the deterioration of the situation following the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities and is following with great concern the developments following the recent attacks on the sisterly Islamic Republic of Iran targeting its nuclear facilities. They're not upset. They're not denouncing the United States. They're not saying, oh my God, the tensions in the Middle East are going to go through the roof. Oh my God, all the Arab nations are going to come up against the first world nations. We've got to go and attack Israel or the United States. They're not saying that. They're not saying, oh, we should have all these terrorist groups go in and try and kill foreigners all around the world. They're not saying that. Oh, they're concerned. They have regret that Trump blew up the nuclear facilities. They're okay with this. They don't have a problem. And you can read through all the different countries, essentially country after country after country, if they are not directly aligned with Russia, China, or Iran, they all, each and every one of them are saying, it's okay. We're not really upset. We were hoping someone would do it because they didn't have the balls to do it themselves. The problem has been resolved. Trump takes a huge gamble. The BBC thinks this was a huge gamble. Why? Well, their problem is, what if Iran decides to go and have terrorist attacks against the U.S.? That would be a problem. Of course, that would be a problem for Iran. That would unify the American people. And the problem, the gamble is Democrats might win. That has nothing to do with world peace. Democrats might get a political advantage because Orange Man bad. Fear, aren't you afraid? World War III. Because we keep hearing this over and over. World War III, World War III. It's not World War III. It was never going to be World War III. We are nowhere near World War III. Let me say this again, because I have said this for years now. We are nowhere near World War III. No one supports Iran enough for this to be World War III. China is not coming to their help. Russia is not coming to their help. Yes, I know the Iranian ambassador is going over to see into Russia to speak with one of the generals there. That was already a scheduled meeting. That had nothing to do with whether or not we dropped bombs on Iran. He was already going to go there. This was a regular meeting. Now the meeting's changed to talk about, by the way, the United States just took out all of our nuclear facilities. So the topic changed, but the meeting itself was always going to happen. But the news media is saying, oh my God, now the Iranians are running over to the Russians. No, they're not. They were always going there. This isn't new. The topic is new, not the fact that they were going to meet. They meet on a regular basis. This is not new. They just don't want you to know that. They don't want, because then if you think of it that way, if you recognize this was a meeting they were going to have no matter what happened, then it's not nearly as serious as you think. Or more importantly, this isn't something that's an escalation. They didn't escalate and now Russia's going to get involved. No, they're not. Russia's busy with the Ukraine. Russia doesn't have the time, energy, or resources to give to Iran. They don't. And they don't have the political capital to do it either. They're busy trying to figure out what they're going to do with Ukraine. And by the way, the United States is in the middle of those discussions. And unless the United States is involved, neither side, neither Ukraine nor Russia, will give in anything. They'll be fighting forever. It's only through negotiating with the United States, through Donald Trump, will either side be willing to give up anything. Because both sides, Ukraine and Russia, both said, we'll fight to the end. We're going to fight until we win. Only Donald Trump saying, hey, why don't you come to the table and maybe we can find something where you both can win and lose to varying degrees and call this thing quits. That's the only way. So Russia's not going to jump in the middle of this. Russia doesn't want to be involved with this. By the way, Russia doesn't like Iran. China doesn't like Iran. They don't agree with them ideologically. They don't agree with them as a society. They don't agree with them religiously. And the Ayatollah doesn't like those other countries. China is a communist nation. They don't believe in God. The government forces people not to believe in God. That's part of communism. The Ayatollah finds that to be offensive. That is an issue. They would be attacking China just for that reason alone if it were not for the fact that they hate America more than they hate China. The news media won't tell you that. They don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to discuss that. They want you to be afraid. Aren't you afraid China's going to get involved? No, they're not. They don't like Iran. They need Iran for oil and gas. They don't want Iran. They don't want to help them. They don't like them. But they will use them in their fight against the United States. They're more than happy to do that. And Iran is more than willing to use China for the exact same reason, as a tool to attack the United States economically, because Iran can't attack America economically. And we can't, and they can't attack us militarily either. So the only thing they can do, Iran, is to support the people who can attack the United States, either economically or with threat militarily. And, of course, Iran also supports terrorism, which can attack Americans militarily and potentially individually. Because if the Cross Point, Michigan shooting is in fact connected to Islam, is in fact connected to Iran, or Hamas, or Hezbollah, or the Houthis, then, which is in fact, if it's connected to any of those terrorist organizations, then it's connected to Iran, then this is Iran attacking individually to create fear. Because that's what they do. Because Iran supports terror. That's why no one supports Iran. Trump isn't the bad guy in this. You may not like him. That has nothing to do with whether or not he was correct in what he did. And the world agrees with me. The world agrees with Donald Trump. The world is happy that this threat from Iran has been wiped out at this moment. Everyone agrees on this. And I know there's lots of people who say, Mike, you just don't understand. I do understand. I do deeply understand. I spend a lot of time paying attention to this. As you can see, I've gone over this. Years and years of data. I've gone over this year after year. I do understand. And I'm not afraid. It's not World War III. It was never going to be World War III. I understand the fears of my friends and my peers that say, oh my God, this could become World War III. I understand their fear why they would say that. Because many of them are isolationists. Many of them are believe in non-intervention. But that's not the world we live in. That's not the reality that we have. That is a wonderful dream, and it would be a beautiful world along with rainbows and unicorns. That's not where we live. And to say that we can't be intervening in this, not realistic. It's not realistic. The threats that we face come from Iran. We are involved in this, whether we want to be or not. We already are. We have been for decades. And that was because of Iran's choice, not ours. Now, I know. Recently, we've been hearing, but what about the Strait of Hormuz? Mike, but this is what Iran's going to do. They may use terrorism. They're going to use terrorism wherever they can to have individual cells attack American citizens. Yeah, and that's been happening anyway. But what they're going to do is they're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, most people don't know what that is. If you look at a map of the Middle East, there's this little tiny section that kicks out over by Oman, and it's right between Oman and Iran, and it's part of the way out of the Middle East. It's where about 20% of all the oil that is exported around the world from all the Middle East goes through that section. And it can have a massive impact. Now, this has been threatened. Iran has threatened many times under the Obama administration, under the Clinton administration, under the Bush administration. We've heard Iran threaten that they'll close the Strait of Hormuz, which would drive up the cost of energy around the world. And Russia would be happy with that. The United States actually would be happy with that. We'll make more money. We're a net exporter of energy. But under the Trump administration, we net export oil and gas. We'll make money. Russia will make money. But it will make a lot of goods more expensive around the world. It will be inflationary. And it will hurt a lot of countries around the world, mostly third world nations, mostly nations in Africa and Southeast Asia. It'll hurt them. It would hurt China a bit, more than a little. So it would affect them a lot more than it's going to affect the United States. Even more than it would affect Europe, because Europe has Russia. But it would affect the rest of the world and the world prices. So this is a big deal. Our allies would be hurt by this. This isn't a reality. When people are talking about this, I want you to understand this is not going to happen. The reason why Iran threatened this under Clinton, under Obama, under Bush, both Bushes, the reason why they always threaten is that is the one spot that Iran can have control. It's a very small section of ocean that they do have enough control over that they could theoretically hold it hostage from the world. And if they do that, that's 20% of all the oil being exported around the world. That means OPEC is losing money. Not just Iran, every OPEC nation. That's Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, that's Qatar, that's, who else is over there? Syria, every Arab oil, that's every oil producing nation in the Middle East would be affected. All of their incomes would be affected. Iran would be making an enemy of every nation in OPEC. Mind you, not only would they be making enemies because they wouldn't be able to sell oil, but at the same time, every member of OPEC would be making more money. So they'd be angry with Iran, but they'll also be making money from Iran closing off the Strait of Hormuz. But there would be more anger than there would be support or praise of it. Because while the short-term prices would go up, but inflation would go up shortly afterwards. So they make a little bit more money in profit in the beginning, and then inflation would kick in, and everything would be more expensive. So they'll lose money at that point. So they don't want this to happen. And Iran knows they don't want this. The Middle East doesn't want them to do this, which is why they have never done it before. It's not like this is suddenly something that we just found out. Oh my God, the Strait of Hormuz exists. Iran could possibly shut it down. I've talked about this on this channel for more than a decade. More than a decade I've been talking about this. This was a problem under Obama's administration. When we had the Ayatollah Khomeini was threatening that against Obama in his first term. That would be 2009. And this is an old threat. It's often being said. Why is Politico putting it out now, Orange Man Bad? You should be afraid. Aren't you afraid? The price of oil is going to go up all around the world. Now, yes, the price of oil tomorrow will open up higher. The oil futures are going to go up. Energy costs, everything that has to do with energy, their stock's going to go up. The cost is going to be projected to be higher. Doesn't mean it's actually happening. It hasn't actually happened yet. But because it's a fight in the Middle East, every time there's a fight in the Middle East, the prices spike. That's normal. But the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, that would crush the economies throughout the Middle East and third world nations across the world. They don't want to do this. Iran would make more enemies outside of the United States than they could ever hurt the United States. Again, we have our own oil. We're a net exporter. Europe is buying our oil. Well, it would help America short term to be able to export oil and gas at higher prices. It would be good for us. It would make us money. Then the inflation would kick in the longer it goes, but short term, it makes us money. We're not going to be hurt. Russia's going to be okay. They're going to make some money. China would be hurt. China doesn't want this. Iran's not going to do it. Again, this is not new information. This is not something that has never been threatened before. This is not something that has never been discussed by pundits and political commentary before. We've been talking... People just don't recognize, we've been talking about this. If anyone who covers political commentary seriously over the last decade, actually more, you've covered this already. We've already covered this. This is not new news for any of us. It's new to people who are just paying attention now. This is for the eyeballs, for the average American who's been busy watching sports ball and the housewives of who gives a damn. They're supposed to be scared. So they're going to go to their politician and go, I'm scared. How do we end this? And their answer from the mainstream news media, the answer from many of the politicians are vote Democrat. That's how you fix this. Orange Man Bad. The only way to fix this, we've got to impeach Donald Trump on non-crimes. So that's a waste of time. And when that doesn't work, then you're going to have to vote Democrat. Whether you like it or not, you have to vote Democrat because that's the only way to stop the MAGA. It's MAGA that's the problem. It's Trump that's the problem. And I guarantee you, as we get into 2026, 27, you're going to hear the news media switch from Orange Man Bad to MAGA Bad. Making America great again is a bad thing. They said that in 2019, going into 2020. Why? Because it's about the election. And in particular, Donald Trump is term limit out. So he will not be able to run again. There is no third term. I know he says it. He says a lot of things to piss off the Democrats out there, to piss off the Republicans. Not Republicans. No, sometimes Republicans. But the liberals out there, the progressives out there. He just says stuff to piss them off. But quite literally, you're going to see them switching over. MAGA, making America great, being Republican is bad. Therefore, you have to vote Democrat because Democrat is good, supposedly. and that they have a solution. They don't have a solution. They don't have an answer to this. Obama could have resolved this years ago. He could have resolved this. No, he didn't. What he did is he gave money to Iran to build ballistic missiles, which created the problem we have now. Biden reduced 36 sanctions from Iran, which created the problem we're in now. They have been pushing the problem, kicking the can down the road, because Democrats have been more worried about winning the next election than actually resolving the problem. It's really frustrating, really frustrating. By the way, folks, if you've made it this far into the program, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. It's really important. It makes a big difference. As you saw earlier, John Lashcombe, Phil Vecchio, I'm so happy. They did a great job of doing super chats. It helps so much. I believe there might be some super chats coming out of Rumble and the Rumble Rants. If they are, I will make a point of addressing them when I look back over at Rumble to make sure people are acknowledged for that, which would probably be you, Peace Logic. But it really makes a difference. It really does help. And we will fix this system soon enough. So let's see here. Charles says, great breakdown of the pressures from other countries. Well, thank you. We're trying to make sure we're getting this clear, because there are a lot of people who are not getting these messages, and people aren't thinking about it. And so people are going, oh my God, oil stocks, the oil and the stocks, they're all going to go higher, which means the economy is screwed. We're inflation. It's going to be a depression. No, it's not. No, it's not. This happens every time there is a flare-up in the Middle East. It happens so often that news media doesn't even talk about it. It's not important. Unless you're a stockbroker, you're really not paying attention to this, because this is normal. Every time there's there's a big earthquake in the Middle East, the price of oil goes up. Every time they shoot at one another in the Middle East, the price of oil goes up. It happens all the time. This is not new. This isn't the problem. If you're worried about, well, what about the money and how much money we're going to... That's not the problem. Throw that out. That's anyone who's telling you that this is going to make inflation worse, throw it out the window. No. That's not the problem we're dealing with. That's not the issue. That's not the concern. Never was. All right. So I covered how we got into this situation. I have covered what the world thinks about this situation. I have covered the politics involved in this. I've covered the Democrats, the Republicans, how they are viewing this. I've covered how Iran and Israel interplay into this, and whether Israel's in charge and leading the way, or whether it's the United States, in fact, leading the way, and Israel is following up. Israel is actually doing our work for us, just like for England as well. The world is happy. Why does the world love a strong American president? Because a strong American president will do all the things that these other nations are too weak, too fearful, too politically rigid to do themselves. Everyone in the world wanted Iran to lose the ability to make nukes. No one wants them to have nukes. But no one was willing to step up to the plate and stop them. Except Israel. But Israel didn't have the ability, and now it's the United States. That means it comes down to the United States. If Israel could have done it on its own, we would have been just as happy to just give them the money, give them the weapons, give them the research they needed, and let them do it. But they couldn't. That's not a dig at Israel. It's just a reality. They couldn't do it by themselves. We had to. And every president has known that Israel could not get it done on their own. Every president has known that since Reagan. And realistically, actually not Reagan, to be fair, the 90s. So every president since Clinton has known this reality. Israel can't get the job done, and it has to rely on the United States. And every president, that's Clinton, That's Bush, that's Obama, that's Biden, even Donald Trump in the first term that he served as President 45. Not one of them had the balls to step up and do what was necessary. They all knew someone needed to do it. And the longer it took them, the more developed the nuclear power capabilities for Iran became. Now, I know there are some people out there who say, well, Mike, this guarantees that Iran is going to get a nuclear weapon. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. And let me qualify that. Because I know there's a lot of people saying, well, now because they got bombed, so they're going to go and do it. No, it doesn't work that way. First of all, they just lost all their facilities. They have to rebuild all that. They have to get new scientists. So they got to get new scientists. They got to get new laboratories. They have to get new materials put together. That's going to take them time. Part of why this was done is time. And as I said before, we have continuously been doing this since Clinton. Kill the scientists, blow up some of the equipment, push Iran back 5, 10, 50, 2 years, whatever we can. Push them back so that they're not at the doorstep. And we've been doing that successfully with Iran and without Iran, consistently, with Israel and without Israel. Successfully, we've been doing that since the 1990s, 30 some odd years. But that isn't, so what we've done here today is we've pushed them back in terms of the material, not the knowledge. Iran as a nation has the knowledge. So they know how to get back to wherever they finished at, which is almost the ability to make a nuclear weapon. But it's going to take them years to find and build, and they probably have another base already that we don't know about yet, maybe. Don't count on the fact that we don't know it. The Mossad probably knows if there is another base, another laboratory for nuclear weapons development by Iran. Because Mossad was able to get all the scientists in the same room so they could be hit by an Israeli missile. Mossad knew where all the generals were so they could be hit by an Israeli missile. Mossad is deep within the Iranian government right now because they need to be, because they're terrified of them, because Iran has guaranteed and has tried to genocide Israel for decades. So they are all over the Iranian government. And if there is another facility for Iran for nuclear weapons creation, Israel knows about it, guaranteed. And it's just a question of when they blow that up too, because they will. No, the entire facility that's in the mountains, Nantats, we only learned about that. It wasn't that Iran told us that it existed. They hid that from us. And it was Israel that said, no, we know for a fact it exists. It's in the mountains. We know about it. Why? Mossad. Because they're deeply embedded in the Iranian government. Because they have a vested interest in knowing how soon is Iran going to make a nuclear weapon. They told us. They told the world. And then once Iran got caught, because they lie, because terrorists lie, once they got caught, then they admitted that they had the facility. Then they admitted they have the centrifuges. Then they admitted that they were spinning up uranium to weapons-grade uranium. Only after they got caught. They weren't telling anyone ahead of time. And that was only because Israel called them out. So if there's another base, we'll know about it. Israel knows about it, and so the world will know about it. And Israel will blow it up. Guaranteed. They'll blow it up. So they're pushed back by several years, probably a decade. That buys us a lot of time to have conversations. That buys us the opportunity to create peace in the Middle East. The one thing I haven't really covered today is regime change. And I think that's one of the biggest questions. And I know we had a lot of questions earlier. I know there were a lot of questions. And if I missed someone's question, please let me know, folks. Please post it again. I'm trying to keep up. I know there's a lot. And I'm trying to, I got through the main thing that I wanted to show you. And links for every one of the sources that I have gone through will be in the description about an hour after the show. And this is almost all left-leaning news sources. So it's not like, oh, well, it's right-wing news. No. This is almost all left-leaning news media sources. Credible sources, internationally verifiable sources, and every subject I brought up is something that is verified by multiple news media sources. Because I know there's a lot of rumors running around right now. A lot of fear-mongering is going on right now. And almost every single bit of it is meant to take advantage of you. It is meant to cause you to vote in a very specific way, to donate money to very specific candidates. I'm not doing that. I don't do that. I've never done that. And I'm not going to start doing that. I provide you the information so that you can make your own mind up ultimately. And I try and answer your questions so that you have the same kind of understanding that I do without having to go do 20 years of political commentary and research. That being said, and remember, like, share, subscribe, please. You can donate to the Patreon or to PayPal if you want. Go to Zazzle, buy a mug. There, you're getting something. I'm giving back something. You can get a mug. You have a mug for your coffee, and you'll be able to watch the show and support. There's something. All right. Regime change. Now, this is more speculation. There's nothing solid about this. And a lot of people are talking about regime change. And many of the people who are talking about it are talking about it in fearful tones. Like, you should be afraid, regime change. Oh my God, it's the worst thing we could possibly do. How terrible. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's like how they say, oh my God, you're building an empire, you're colonizing, you're expanding your country. That's not a bad thing. I don't know why countries and why people have got it in their head that it's a bad thing to expand what you have. If you're successful and it's working, why not expand? And I don't mean that you have to colonize and brutally beat down all the indigenous people of any given area. Some countries would just, like Alberta, wants to be part of the United States. They want it. Canada, the nation, probably doesn't, but Alberta, the state, they want to be part of the United States. There are people around the world that want to be countries around the world, or at least portions of those countries, that want to be part of the United States, because that's not a bad thing. Better quality of life, more freedom, no class system. They're not restricted in their lives by the moment they get born. So there's a lot of people who want that. That being said, so growing your empire in America is an empire. I have no problem with that. It's a great thing. That's a beautiful thing. Long live the American empire. I have no problem with that. We need to expand these things. Regime change is good. Regime change is good. And we know this because sometimes governments need to change. In America, we have regime change every 4 years. Or at least we have the potential for regime change every 4 years. That's effectively what we do. You get a new president, you get a new regime. There's a new administration. We had the Biden-Harris administration, now we have the Trump administration. We had the Obama administration, and then we got the Trump administration. We had the Bush administration, we had the Clinton administration. Those are all regimes. They have different ideologies. They had different goals. They had different politics. That isn't... That in any other country, that would be considered a regime change. The politicians, the elected officials, the administration, the leadership, all change. That's a regime change. Regime change isn't bad. And America does it all the bloody time. The thing is, we have ingrained it into our society so much, and we are so used to it, we don't think of it as regime change. We just think of it as an election. It is regime change, basically by definition. We change everything. Direction of our politics, our laws, our legislation, we change everything. Leadership, the people working for that leadership, we change it all. We change definitions of laws and meanings of regulations on a regular basis, all the time. It's regime change. It's not a bad thing. No one tells you that. No one's ever spoken to you about it in those terms, but that's what it is. We just don't think of it like that. So regime change isn't a bad thing. And it is how that regime change is applied, and whether it's done naturally, organically, or whether it's done artificially. Does anyone want to see the Ayatollah remain? No. The Iranian people don't want the Ayatollah or the mullahs. They have been revolting. They've had several revolts. Remember the Green Movement under the Obama administration, 2011 into 2012, during the Arab Spring. There was the Green Movement in Iran, and Obama ignored them, threw them to the wolves, just let them die, literally, let them die. But there was a movement in Iran to overthrow the Ayatollah. It was just that Obama was in charge and his regime, and they didn't care. So they let them die, which is kind of sad, because we could have fixed a lot of things if we had supported that, but we didn't. Okay. So no one wants the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah, of course, wants to maintain power. The mullahs under him want to maintain power. The people who have power want to keep power. Gotcha. But the public doesn't want that. The Middle East doesn't want Iran to be under the control of the Ayatollah, because they don't believe what the Ayatollah believes, and so that means they're an enemy of the Ayatollah, which means they're an enemy of Iran, which is why they have so many wars with Iran. So, and skirmishes, wars and skirmishes, they have a ton of them. So, they don't want that's an easy fight to get into, and it happens all the time. They don't want to deal with that. They'd like to see a different regime in there. Of course, everybody has their preference on who's in charge, and they, of course, want to be the ones who are ultimately in charge. They'd rather have puppets there, but they want to see the change. They want to see a different government there. The people want a different government there. The world, EU, England, France, you name the country, China. China doesn't want the Ayatollah. Why? Because the Ayatollah is a theology. Iran is a theology. And the leader of that theology is the Ayatollah. That's religion. China doesn't believe in religion. China is communist. They want to get rid of the Ayatollah and his regime so that they could have a regime that believes in religion that would be, or rather doesn't believe in religion, that would be more amenable to them. It's that simple. All right, so we've been on for about 5 hours. Been explaining a lot of stuff. We've covered almost everything. It is hot as hell, by the way. It's like 90 plus degrees, and I'm in the studio. And because I'm taping, the curtains are drawn, so I'm boiling, if you didn't notice. I'm boiling in this room as I do the show with you guys. Hi. Yes, I know. I love you too. And as you can see, I have someone who's busy trying to lick me to death, telling me, no, you gotta go outside. Right? Right? Say something. Say woof. Say woof woof. No, that's that's licking my face. Say woof woof. Say woof. Woof woof. He doesn't usually bark anyway. Really? Really? Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Yes, he's my dog. 14 years. He licks my face. I don't care. It's 14 years. If I was going to die because he licked my face, I'm not Lucy in the Peanuts cartoon. A dog licked me. It's not going to kill me, so I don't care. Anyway, we've covered a lot. Yes, and to finish the thought about regime change isn't bad. I'd like to see regime change in Iran. If it could be organic, fantastic. We had the opportunity, Obama threw it away. That was the Green Movement. Now we're stuck because of Obama's decision. Now we're stuck with inorganic regime change. Am I going to cry that the Ayatollah is kicked out? No. That doesn't mean dead. Again, assassination of the Ayatollah will lead to a religious war. He will become a martyr. That would be bad. Religious wars never end, are the bloodiest and the most violent. So, no, I don't want to see the Ayatollah die. I do not want to see that. I would not wish that on him because that would create more of a problem than not. But I wouldn't mind having a regime change. I don't have a problem with him being forced out and all the mullahs being forced out. I don't have a problem with that. That would improve the Middle East. Let me reinforce one final thing. If the United States, we're not involved. We're not involved in this war. That's a war right now between Israel and Iran. We jumped in, kicked some ass, and jumped out, which is not a violation of any law, and it's perfectly fine. And if we stay there, Trump will get 10 points, a 10-point bump in his approval ratings. America will do fine, and the world will ignore it and go on. Everyone will be happy. And eventually, Iran will stop going tit for tat with missiles against Israel because Iran will run out of missiles because Israel will get more defensive missiles from the United States faster than Iran will be able to get ballistic missiles or offensive missiles to attack Iran with. So that will end in the space of the next 2 weeks or so, most likely. 2 weeks to a month. Somewhere in that range, this current war ends. U.S. troops should never touch Iranian soil. I don't really see a justification for it. I don't see a reason for it. Unless Iran does something stupid like 9/11 in America. Unless they do something like that, no reason for Americans to put their feet on Iranian soil. If we do have to put American soldiers' feet on the ground in Iran for any reason, then we have to own it. If we aren't willing to do that, we don't need to be in this. No soldier should put their foot, no American soldier should put their foot on any foreign soil to fight unless we own every inch of whatever they fight, wherever they take. And if we go by that rule, the world would be a lot more peaceful. At least that's what I think. All right, folks. So I've said a lot of things. A bunch of people are going to be upset. I'm boiling. I need to take off my jacket. I got to go and walk my dog. He's losing his mind. It's 90 degrees. Oh, it's going to be hot out there. So, thank you again to John Lafkin, to Peace Logic. Thank you to Phil Vecchio for doing the super chats. I appreciate that immensely. I thank everyone for the comments, whether they agreed or disagreed with me. I respect and love you all. I thank you for every comment, and I'm looking forward to the comments after the show. Do me a favor, leave a comment, whether you agree, you disagree, if you think my predictions are correct, if you think it's worth having U.S. troops and any soil without taking over that country. With that said, I want you to be well, be safe, and don't worry. Stop panicking. Stop freaking out. Just check your sources, take your time, read it through, and pay attention to the details. Don't freak out. It's not World War III. It is not World War III. All right, I'll talk to you guys.